Clint Harvey.
I love that name, though. It sounds like Jake Can Be Larry, and I know a few Jakes who can be Larry on a racetrack.
And Jean. So let's have a look at the here's the 22 car. Look at that, Jean-Charles Perrin on board the Lamborghini Huracan, and I have to say this is still one of my favorite cars. I just love the shape of this. Audi underpinnings, the V10 Audi engine, but the rest of it is all Lamborghini, as you can see in it. It just looks like a proper Lamborghini.
It's an old school looking proper Lambo with modern style, and I love that car. And it's that and the Praha Italia 458 Ferrari have kept me up all night, and I was praying for code 60s, and I think I got one when I was in the shower, so I've not had hardly any sleep. And it's all because of this Huracan and the 458. But the Huracan, the 22 car, beautiful colours, beautiful car, and we're very privileged to have this here in the 24-hour series.
So in the shower, when you get the code 60, the water slows down to 60 gallons a minute, does it?
Yeah, exactly that, yeah. So, but I've been having a struggle because, as you know, my broken ribs been killing me off. So it's been difficult, but no, great noises, and hopefully we still have these noises in the future, because cars are seeming to go the turbocharged way now, quieter engines.
Yeah, Rick Broiker's in our camera car. We're going to just take a break with motors, so Ron, we'll come back to you as soon as we've had this break with motors, if you can hold on there. The 159 camera car of Rick Broiker's, fourth in the SP2 class, still going like a train, still going like a camel, in fact, and what a good job they are doing. And of course, they've got that wonderful V8 in the front of this so-called Mazda 3 silhouette. So I'm Mark Cole, with me Paul O'Neill. We're going to take you for a short break. So if you're watching us also on live streaming, stay with us, because we're not stopping that, but we are leaving motors just for a couple of minutes. Still plenty of time to go. Another hour and a bit coverage here on Europe's favourite motorsport channel. Oh, hello live streamers again, still looking at the 159 car. Rick Broiker's on board the car he's sharing with his son Ivo, and also with the Robert Nin and Nigel Farmer guys. Now Ron is down in the pits, let's go down to him.
He's with Alan James, I think, from Synchro Motorsport, is that right, Ron?
That's Alan James from Synchro Motorsport. You're absolutely right, Paul. Thanks very much. Alan, you've had a bit of trouble, it seems, with basically beautiful Honda, isn't it?
It is a nice looking car. Unfortunately, we didn't come here to be where we are on the grid at the moment. We came here to try and win, or at least get on this podium. We are a little bit disappointed in really where things have gone. We seem to have a fueling issue. We got a computer on board that'll tell us what our fuel's being used, and for some reason that hasn't worked. So on my last stint I did run out of fuel on that. So credit to the marshals to get us back very quick, and also in quite a risky place to come and get us. So thank you very much to them too as well that were there.
Yeah. Have you tested the Honda before you came here?
Yes, this is his third race now with the 24-hour series. We had two at Barcelona, and sorry, this is the fourth, and Zandvoort we had. So the car's well proven. This was planned to be its last race. We're building the new Type R now, and that'll be out in Barcelona. Just quite disappointed with the send-off for this one.
Yeah. Who's behind the wheel now?
Dan Wheeler's back behind the wheel now. Martin Byford was earlier, then now myself and Dan, and Simon Deaton will be in there a bit later. Yeah.
Enjoying the event?
Still enjoying the event. Yeah, it's great, very well organised, and it's good spirit in the team and in the championship the way it's run. We just wish we were a bit more competitive today.
Thanks a lot. Back to you, Mark and Paul.
Thank you very much, Ron. We're going to be back with Motors TV in just a moment, so hang on to your streaming. We will be back after this very, very short gap. Very flapping tail on the 150 still there. Welcome back to Motors. We are live at Circuit Paul Ricard here in Provence in the south of France. We are now going into the closing stages, last 3.5 hours of round 4 of the Creventic International Endurance Series. This is the Hankook 24 hours. All these tires on control Hankooks. The series also supported by BRM Chronograph, who will be presenting the massive prizes at the end of what has been a thrilling race. I'm Mark Cole, with me Paul O'Neill, and Paul, still too tight to call. We've got the two lead cars still on the same lap.
Yeah, very tight to call. Tom Onslow Cole is the pilot in the 30. Oh, he's got a big old oversteer, and that car that he's passing now, he actually won the UK Renault Clio Cup Championship in one of those cars back in the day as he oversteers past it. But you're right, they're on the same lap, so let's see what happens with that. But he's a minute behind is Alfred Runner, so in the Porsche he really needs to keep it together. But the 30 car that's coming straight towards you is Tom Onslow Cole as he brakes hard and gets down into second gear and takes a 90 left. But as I said earlier in the commentary, Tom Onslow Cole for me is now one of the best up and coming UK endurance drivers, and he's really putting his stamp of authority in that team.
And that car pretty much unmarked when you look at some of the other cars like this one, looking fairly battered. So just if you're joining us Sunday morning live on Motors, Tom Onslow Cole leading for Ram Motorsport, the Silverstone-based Mercedes team. In second place, the number 7 Herbert Porsche of Alfred Renauer, run by his family team. And in third place, Reinhold Renger in the number 2 HP Racing Mercedes, the car that was involved in a controversial first corner collision of the 24 hours between Jeroen Bleekemolen and Ferrari's Peter Cox. Both those cars have made up time. They dropped to 57th and 58th, and they are now 3rd and 4th overall. And Peter Cox could still be in with a chance of the podium.
Yeah, and that would be a story, wouldn't it, as we now turn our attentions to the 125 Maserati in the SP2 class. Beautiful machine, great to see it going round, and we have there Philippe Oliveri at the wheel of that car for Boots and Guignon Racing.
Yeah, this is the team you normally see racing in the ELMS and the WEC with their Ligier LMP2 cars, but Boutsen, this is named after Terry Boutsen, of course, the Formula One driver, used to race for Benetton et al. And Terry also himself a leading Le Mans racer. So that Belgian team doing a great job. And that car looks immaculate as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And Thierry Boutsen was around about the time when I started watching Formula One. Drove for Williams as well. Did some great things at Williams, and he's had a good career as we now look at the 91 Ford Mark V8 car, which is having a good old run at it as well. And those Mark Ford V8s have been...
Yeah, Ben Keselowski on board that car at the moment. And yeah, this class seems to have actually, the SP2 class actually seems to be full of runners, doesn't it? The majority of them are still on a charge. We've lost 2 cars at the bottom, but certainly everyone else in that category, the top 7 of the 9 are still running strongly. It just shows what an under-stressed V8 can do for you on a race like this.
Well, that's exactly it, isn't it? It's not a high revving, motor that really is stressing itself out. Doesn't seem to put much stress through its drivetrain. The drive shafts seem to be in all order, but all the cars seem to get on with it, don't they? So good to see those cars out. They're pretty stunning as well, with the big rear wing on the back. Quite soft because you've got a heavy motor in there, but I was speaking to Jeff Smith and James Kay, who drive one of these cars, and they say they absolutely love them. And that's coming from someone who's been... Oh, here we go. We got 159 has gone straight on. That's one of the first people that I've seen go through chicane Nord and actually not take the chicane.
Yeah, there was a cone in the road. Had he just hit that cone, or was the cone already lying there?
The cone was actually... They're all lying down to the left to tell you that you have to turn left there, but he might have actually knocked one, to be fair, Mark, as he drove through.
Okay. Anyway, just going back to the Honda for a moment, the Swindon Honda, Alan James is talking to us. He just mentioned about they have the new car for Barcelona, and that new car is the future of Honda Civic GTR. That's the turbocharged version. They've got one here in the paddock on show, and they'll be racing, hopefully, that new car at Barcelona in the 24 hours. Other cars that we're not going to be seeing a lot more of in this current form, we've already mentioned the Mercedes SLS. The new version has already come out. It's already been put on pole position by Bernd Schneider last weekend at the VLN on the Nordschleife. Ferrari, going to be a last shout for the 458, because that'll be replaced by the 488 turbo car, and other changes, of course, coming along as... Oh dear, that is the Ferrari we're just talking about. That's just...
Peter Cox, that is,
Oh, there's been a collision. Look, with the... Is that with our camera car?
That was the 159 car. Look, it's door stoved in.
Yeah, big punt in the side there. Unfortunately, we don't have replay facilities, so we won't be able to tell you what happened unless we can rewind on the onboard. But that's a bit of a drama there for the Ferrari and for the Mazda V8.
So there you go, the 26 overall car. We were talking about this car before. It's the Cup 1 leader, Nicholas Grebner has brought the car in, so driver change, fuel. They're leading the Cup class. They're 5 laps ahead of Maurice Faber, who's in the same kind of car, a 235 Racing Cup BMW of Bonk Motorsport, but the leaders are the Securital Sorg Rennsport 2 team that you're looking at now. They're actually doing a disc and pad change.
Well, I think looks just like pad only at the moment. I don't see any.
They look brand new discs then.
Yeah.
Well, they look like they've had a good old run at it then.
They might have changed them earlier, of course, but most of these teams are talking about 2 or 3 pad changes during the race and 1 disc change. And of course, the 12-hour mark is the time you'd normally go for a disc change.
Here we go. So Nova Racing out front in the SP3 class. The 206 Ginetta G50 built in Leeds. And then obviously Nova Racing team from Italy.
Which is not North Yorkshire.
Which is not North Yorkshire.
Italy isn't, nor is Leeds. But
you never know. Emmerdale might be near Leeds.
So in fact, the 2 Ginettas, the only 2 cars still running in that class, because the 200 sister car, that is currently a long way bound. 90 laps down on this car. This car's had a really, really good run. 438 laps to its name at the moment, and that compares with the 501 laps that Tom Onslow Cole has now completed. So a relatively trouble-free run for them.
Yeah, it seems to be, doesn't it? And that's great going from that team. But Tom Onslow Cole out front, a minute in head, but he's coming up to the end of his stint. He's done 1 hour and 6 minutes. I'll probably see him coming in the next 10 minutes, I would have thought.
Yeah, we'll see the on the screens. We get two signs come up. First is fuel, because they have to pull off into the into gasoline alley, into the fuel park to take on fuel. That's delivered at 50 litres per minute from standard petrol fuel pumps. Got 1 diesel pump, 4 petrol pumps here, and Tom will be going in there first, then comes in, and will he double stint or will he hand that car over? I guess with 3.5 hours to go, they'll all probably get 1 more stint in.
And there's the sister car that's running P2, the 200 car, the Nova Racing teammate.
Yeah, that's a G55, of course. The other one's a G50.
So the older G50 brother is actually showing the younger G55 sibling the way around here, and obviously has nothing to do with the speed of the car. That's sometimes to do with mechanical failures, which they've had a couple of things go wrong with that car, but this car has been spot on, hasn't it? Yeah,
and these Ginettas, they've been such a mainstay of young driver training in Britain, haven't they? I know you've been involved in that as well, but bringing on really young guys, 16-year-olds have been racing them, haven't they?
Yeah, you can actually, it's 14 to 17-year-olds in the Ginetta Juniors back in the UK, and I've got to take my hat off to Lawrence Tomlinson. He's put a lot of effort into it at Ginetta, and he's given me a really good career, actually. I commentate on the juniors back in the UK, and if it wasn't for Ginetta Juniors, then you know, I wouldn't be commentating, to be honest. So,
oh dear, so we've got Lawrence to blame for that.
So Lawrence to blame for that, yeah.
You thank him, we blame him. Anyway, Lawrence, if you're listening this morning in Leeds, which is not North Yorkshire, then,
or Italy.
Yeah, so good job seeing both those cars still running. That is very, very impressive after 21 hard hours here on the Paul Ricard circuit. The one thing that hasn't been hard is the weather. They told us there wouldn't be any problems with the weather apart from the fact it is very, very hot. There is a nice breeze. Flags across the straight from us, 38 flags flying.
I'm just reaching across and showing Mark a picture of Devon Medell's view through a helicopter. He's just taken off now from the airport opposite us. I can actually see the helicopter. So he's shown us an onboard. Devon Medell of the car 170 Speedworks GT4 Aston Martin that's actually just sat in the pit lane as it's been retired, so a bit of a shame.
Taking him to Marseille, presumably. Get the BA flight?
No, he's actually taking him all the way home.
Oh, all the way home?
He has
That's a long trip in a helicopter.
He has that much money, and he's obviously going to have to take about 9,000 gallons of fuel on with him as well.
Big lock up ahead from the one of our camera cars, the 159 car, and the 208 is now caught up with him. That's the Guillaume Ronan Team Altran Peugeot, and these 2 cars gave us a lot of fun, didn't they, yesterday afternoon, fighting out their own battle, different classes, but having really good fun.
Yeah, they were in a right old battle, weren't they? As you can see now, battle is trying to be commenced there in the 208 as he runs just a touch wide on the exit of Virage de Pont, the last corner now. But yeah, they were going great guns as we went into the night yesterday. So second place in the A3T class and 17th overall there. We cast our eyes on Harry Hilders.
That's a name to conjure with, isn't it? Who is he?
Harry Hilders.
Yeah.
Proper Harry. Harry Hill with a D-E-R-S on the end. Absolutely
Racing for Bas Koten Racing, another of the Dutch Seat Leon Cup teams. All Dutch crew in that car, Martin van der Berg and Gies Bessem, just three of them. Some teams running 3 drivers, some 4, some 5, but one of them, really bizarrely, just running the 2 drivers. That's the Sorg Rensport Renault Clio of Tanya and Ricard Nielsen. If you're just joining us, husband and wife team and driving together. Nice picture of Devon then, looking really, really classy.
Oh,
he hasn't got epaulettes on his shoulders. You know,
No.
doesn't look like a proper helicopter pilot, but perhaps he's not actually been allowed to fly it.
He looks like the devil child that the team actually call him. He's so Devon, something called Snapchat, I'm sure you're familiar with back at home. He's just given me a picture of himself flying in helicopter.
So what is Devon Squeeze doing tonight? What's she in and where?
I'm not sure. It's just a play that's a pretty big thing, and Devon's had the thumb put on top of his head. So I think he's retired that car on purpose to get home,
right.
so he doesn't get an ear bashing.
Well, if she's listening, break a leg.
yeah, break a leg. She actually sewn my patches on to my overalls in Dubai 24. So thanks to her, and have a good one.
Oh, that'd be worth something now then. She wasn't stitching her up, was she? Hey, we're going to take a break on motors. Keep with us, another hour of coverage live on the network to come from me, Mark Cole, and Paul O'Neill as we watch a quick driver change. Don't go away, we'll be back after these messages. So welcome back, streamers. I know you haven't gone away, but we're just on a break from motors at the moment, and just looking at the moment at the this is the 18th place. That's the 55 car. Francois Perrodo handing over to who? He's had quite a long stint in that car, Francois.
It's got a lot of gaffer tape on it. It didn't come out of the Porsche factory like that, did it?
Yep. So we'll just see what the timing change is. I don't blink. Memak Ogilvy, great name for a race team, isn't it? I saw that, I thought, oh, it must be a British team. Memak Ogilvy. It's got Quaife all over it as well, so that tells us something about the car, doesn't it? The 95 car, Memak Ogilvy Dual Racing of Liberia. And on board that car is Phil Quaife and Sami Moutran, together with Nabil Moutran and Ramzi Moutran. What do we know about them? They must be brothers, or?
All I know is that Phil Quaife is quick in a car and rubbish at the bar. When I've been on nights out with him, he's so handsome as well. It annoys me because he nabs all the girls when I've been out with him. But but absolutely rubbish at the bar, and that's just his problem. So enough about him anyway.
But what about his driving? That's what we're here for.
Oh, Quaife's driving? No, he's rapid. I've raced against Quaife in the Porsche Carrera Cup UK. Had a good battle with him actually. He's a super driver, and he does okay now. He's professional in the 24-hour series, so fair play to him. And the 208 now, still going hard at it.
208 car. Who's on board that car at the moment? 208. That is Gaëtan Bischoff. Pulling him out on the Mistral. Well, we're going back live with motors. Stay with this on the streaming or click across to motors.
Ooh, V8 there, flat out.
Well, welcome back to Motors TV. It is just gone 11 here in Provence. We're at Paul Ricard Circuit for the Hankook 24 Hours, run by Creventic and supported by BRM Chronographs. Looking at the moment at the 95 car, that's Nabil Moutran. This is the car we've just been talking about before the break. Memak Ogilvy Dual Racing. We've got 3 Dubai drivers on board together with Phil Quaife and doing a really solid job. That car, if it had damage, you wouldn't be able to notice it, would you?
No, you wouldn't. Not with that colour scheme. It looks like it's run through an experimental paint shop or something. It looks like it's just gone through some kind of crazy rainbow. But Phil Quaife, one of the drivers that's been driving that car, and I was just mentioning to our our stream watchers, Phil Quaife, fast in a car, rubbish at the bar. I've seen him in some right states over the years, and a beautiful chisel-featured man, but drives well, and he's quite well equipped now. Drives these front-wheel drive cars as well as he did Porsche Carrera Cup UK, which I've driven with him against. So,
and presumably that car would have been racing in the Dubai 24 Hours. The fact it's got 3 UAE drivers on board it.
Yeah, but they were in from what I remember, they were in a Super Copa car, which is the older generation car. As we look now, Adam Christodoulou, who's took over from Tom Onslow Cole, and he now lies in P2, flashing his lights.
Good morning, Adam, and keep up the good work, guys. You've done such a good job so far. Adam, 26 years old from Lichfield, and how's his drinking?
Do you know what? I know Adam quite well, but not on drinking terms. He's actually a lovely gentleman. He's a bit more professional than Phil Quaife. No, I'm joking. Quaife's very professional. You're
on eating terms of Adam. You upset all of us. You ate with the team last night on your break, didn't you?
Yeah, me and Adam had a bit of chicken and a bit of pasta, and he was telling me all about the brakes and how long it takes in the SLS to get the pads and discs changed. He was saying 45 to 50 seconds, which is amazing, isn't it? It's just one nut, you pull it out, and you pop everything back in. So Adam, well, Formula Renault 2008 champion and Mazda Star champion in 2009, wasn't he, Mark?
Yep. Yeah, and then British GT runner as well. So really he's a sleeper almost, isn't it? You know, he pops up here and there, and when he pops up, he's winning. And,
he's super quick. I remember he was super quick also at the Dubai 24. And the number 7 Porsche in the lead then. We ain't got long to go now, 3 hours and 19 minutes, 33 seconds.
We're just going through the pit stop cycle, and Adam having taken over that car after 18 pit stops. Alfred Renard been on board that car now for 55 minutes, and he owes us a pit stop in the next 5 or 10 minutes. That car can't do much more than an hour on the fuel they're allowed. So our current race leader, Alfred Renard, for the Mugello winning Herbert Porsche. But that will change in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So look at this, a mirage on the Mistral. The heat haze now coming up, and 3 abreast as they're coming to the braking area for chicane Nord. No, backs out of that one, thinks better of it. That really is a flashpoint. Oh, 55 car spin there for Manu Collard. Now, we saw Manu spin that car yesterday, didn't we? And that was very uncharacteristic.
Yeah.
He's done it again.
He's under pressure as well, because he's in 2nd place in the 997 class, but 3rd place in the 997 class. Maximi Pilates, he's catching him up, so he wants to watch what he's doing there. You don't want to be spinning.
Well, it's not like Manu to be under, to feel the pressure in any way.
He's experienced enough. He shouldn't be having that kind of pressure put on him.
I've been with Manu through thick and thin many years. Daytona 24 Hours where he won. I've been at Le Mans where he's won. I've seen him in all the BPR GT series, WEC series, ADAC Masters, and Blancpain. He does a lot. You know, Manu is a very safe, solid pair of hands, but that's twice we've seen him spin in this race. Apparently unforced errors.
But you never know, do you? It could be anything. You could be unfortunate enough to drop a wheel on oil or pickup or anything like that. But Manu is, you know, a very experienced guy, and a very experienced guy. I'm going to show you a picture now on Twitter. Phil Quaife has put a picture on of him drinking Heineken with his chief mechanic, Kevin Poole, who's absolutely ruined me for the last 24 hours, being very disrespectful towards me. But Heineken Schmeineken to you, gentlemen. Kevin Poole.
Yeah, a couple of cans there in their hands, smiling to the camera. It's a beer selfie.
Top dollar.
Well, here we are, 205 car then, the little Altran car. 23rd overall at the moment. That's in the hands of Francois Rio.
Cracker that is. I love them 2 cars. I really do like them 2 cars.
Sister car to the 208 car, which is carrying one of our 4 cameras.
It just looks like a micro machine, you know, them little things you could buy as a kid.
So, I mean, the amazing thing, we've got all 4 camera cars still running.
I know, that never usually happens, that. We've lost one. Have we lost the 33? Did we lose the Lance David Arnold? We lost him, didn't we? In the SLS, yeah, he's been in the pit for 4.5 hours, so that was one of the camera cars.
I overlooked him. Yeah, the other ones, then we got 116, which is the Nilsson family's Renault Clio Cup, 208, which is the sister car to this one, the Antral Racing Peugeot. We got the 101 Red Camel Seat and the 159 Red Camel Mazda V8 Silhouette.
Peter Cox still circulating with no big problems, so that damage isn't that bad when he had that contact by the looks of it with the Red Camel Racing car.
Yes. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you, Ron. Down to Ron Crubellet Sport. That's the car that's running second at the moment in the 997 category. Ron.
I don't usually do presentations sitting down in a pit box. I usually run around in the pit lane, but we make an exception here for François Perraudot, the Crubellet Sport Porsche. He just came out of the car. You started second in class, you're still second in class, but that's not easy to hold it there. You look very tired.
Yeah, I mean, we were fighting for leadership up until about halfway through, and then car number 17 is just really strong. I mean, they've had a faultless race. The four of them are very fast, no mistakes. I've made a couple which cost us some laps. And unfortunately, I think about 2 stints ago, we had a power steering failure. So we've just been driving without power steering for the last 2 hours, and it's exhausting. I mean, especially sector 1 and 2 are okay because you have long straights to rest. But sector 3, you know, you have the double right and then all these like long hairpins, and it's agony. I mean, with the gloves, you know, like, God bless power steering. God bless power steering. So it's been the first 45 minutes are okay, but the last 25 minutes are horrible.
Ron, we just saw Manu have a spin. Is that because of the power steering problem?
Yeah, I lost that. Your colleague Emmanuel Collard is behind the wheel at the moment. We saw him spin just now. Yeah, do you think that's because of the power steering?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, the car is difficult to drive as well. The brake pedal feel is quite difficult. We have no ABS, so obviously, I mean, it's a cup car. We have to get used to it. So it's easy to make a mistake. Even him, you know, he's a very good professional, but I spun a couple of times. So now, I mean, it's just about trying to hold position because the number 3, I think, is just 2 laps down. So we have to fight the last, 4 hours now, and hopefully we can finish P2.
Have you done your last stint?
Hopefully, yeah. I tell you what, man, I don't want to go back.
Thanks very much, François. Take care.
Excellent interview. One of the best interviews we've seen, that with Ron. Really an emotional interview, and the sweat dripping off him there. Absolute nightmare when you haven't got power steering.
Oh.
Been there myself. Single-seater drivers are probably sat at home laughing because they don't have power steering usually in the lower formulas. But yeah, always difficult to drive any car without power steering.
And of course, not the only car that's struggling with power steering. Chantal, where's she gone? Chantal, where are you when we need you?
Chantal Kroll?
Yeah, she too has no power steering on her car, and they've been struggling with that in that Mercedes.
Yeah, it's always a difficult one, as you see on screen now.
Yep.
The 101. We go on board with the car you were watching, and it's one-handed Bert. So Bert's still using his right hand to steer through the right-handers as we go. Look, he's trying to loosen that grip off again with that left hand. And you watch his left hand disappear as he turns right. There he is. He's just holding himself against the door. He must be, he's got big oversteer and he goes off the track. So the right-handers really struggling. Bert is, he takes his hand off again. He must be in real pain. I'd like to know, actually, from the team, if Bert's got a problem, because we've just spoken about power steering being an issue for some drivers, and Bert is struggling.
Well, perhaps Ron could get down to that pit. That's the Red Camel 101, the Red Camel Seat pit. Ron, if you can hear us, see what you can find out for us.
And take your sunglasses that make you look like Scary Spice with you as well, Captain.
It was Sporty Spice last night. Keep changing. Scary.
No, it's Scary. Sporty Spice is my sister. She don't wear sunglasses. She's too cool, man.
Right.
Ron's asking, what does she wear these days? I don't even know, mate. She's too famous for me to speak to her.
Well, we saw her on the grid at Silverstone, didn't we?
Yeah, she was on the grid at Silverstone.
Yeah.
You know, she was singing on the main stage at Silverstone, and you know, very proud of my sister. She's helped me into motorsport. So if it wasn't for her, you wouldn't have me sitting here. So I'm sure everyone in this pit lane wants to now go and find her and shoot her.
No, why not?
So Ron's asking, if you can't hear at home, she didn't do the national anthem. Alicia Dixon did the national anthem, but that must be a different ball game compared to what she was doing. It was Rick Parfitt Jr., who races in British GT for Ginetta in a GT3 car, that actually asked my sister to come along and sing on the main stage, and it was a great show. But yeah, Alicia Dixon did the main.
And was Eddie Jordan drumming?
No, I don't think he was doing it. I don't think he does much of that anymore now. He's with the BBC, but he's actually not a bad drummer. I've actually heard him live. I thought he was okay.
I've played with him.
Yeah, he's good, isn't he?
He's good. Yep.
Trouble here now, haven't we, for this Leon Super Copa Cup car, the 105. Car is having a bit of a drama, so that's Antonin.
It's my greatest fan.
What a nightmare.
30.4 degrees, it's creeping up. They're telling us 32 degrees this afternoon by the time it goes. Car 10, car 10 has just had its last lap time cancelled. Track limits at turn 9. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean he's being docked a lap, the 10 car? That's Kenneth Hire.
Kenneth. What's the frequency, Kenneth? Track limits at turn 9, Captain.
That's the Ho4 Racing Mercedes. That's the car he's sharing with Chantal Kroll. And that is the car that has not got power steering either. Yeah, I was struggling to find out which car that was. Michael Kroll, his daughter Chantal, Christian Frankenhout, the man who earned the enviable reputation of being the first man at Sachsenring to put Mercedes gullwing on its roof. Of course, couldn't get out.
Yeah, that's why they've got these little safety pulley things, haven't they, when we go on board? Well, we won't go on board with any SLSs now, but we did have the 33 SLS on board, and you can see those safety pulls there.
If you got that message, car 10 lap time cancelled, does that mean that you've been penalised a lap?
It should be, yeah. He must have gone off quite a lot. So the lap time will be cancelled, and you should drop down the order by a lap.
Turn 9 is the chicane Nord. I mean, it's not a place where you're at a huge speed, is it? So something must have gone wrong. He'll say it's the power steering, no doubt. Look at those little bits of rubber bouncing everywhere. Wow.
Yeah, so the Hankook tyres still not disintegrating as much as you would see maybe other tyre manufacturers. 24-hour racing with 50-odd cars pounding round, and there's no tyre that's really on the racing line. You sometimes see in F1 that you can't even go offline to overtake a car because it's a sea of tyre. So we've done a good job with these Hankook tyres. You see the number 10 car bouncing across the curbs, and we've seen
that is the car, isn't it? There it is.
With the power steering issue. And Chantal Kroll,
it must be hard work to drive a front engine car with all that weight over the steering without power assistance. We heard Francois Perraudot telling us how difficult it is. I mean, he was really, really strong about that, wasn't it? And he's the most difficult thing I've ever done.
He's a fit lad as well.
Yep.
As we see, the 208 is stacked for fuel. So the Huracan in front, the 22 car in front of this 208 that we're on board with now.
And this is not just refueling, it's a lottery, isn't it, as well? If you're lucky, you get in there, there's no one ahead of you. He's got to wait for the fuel pump, and when they finish refueling the Huracan, he'll move forward. There's just one diesel pump, 4 petrol pumps, and of course we've only got 1.5 diesel cars running at the moment, so they don't actually have a problem. But the Huracan taking on board fuel from what's a conventional pump system, 50 litres a minute on fuel. All these cars are given fuel time, so I'm just having a look to see what the Lamborghini's fuel allowance is. It's allowed 110 litres.
And the 125 Maserati there is just been having a driver change. You see 3 and 4 on the side of that helmet there, and that's just the driver number. So once the driver's got in with that number on the side of the helmet, then the mechanic will reach in and turns the transponder to whichever number it says on the side of the helmet, and that's why we get then pictures on our timing screen, and you do at home, and we know who's actually driving the car. So you've seen a 3 and a 4 on the side of that helmet. For Paul Ricard, it looked like a number 3, and it is the same driver who's obviously been in another race in the 24-hour series and was number 4 at that other series race.
The inside of that car looked nice and cool, didn't it? Nice little space in the Maserati GT there. Here is the 17 car then. This is Dimitri Engelbert, the man who put this car on pole position, and it has led the class basically, apart from fuel stop changes, virtually throughout the whole 24 hours. Emmanuel Collard and Francois Perraudot playing tag with him occasionally, just getting ahead. But basically, this car, as we heard from Francois himself, has just been too quick for them and too reliable.
Yeah, it has, and it's 5th overall. You see the red LED number there, not the race number. 17 is the number for the car, but the 5 is the overall score of the car, and that is a fantastic effort for a car that isn't an actual A6 class car. So the 208 is fueled.
He's got his fuel in that car, taking on board. Let's see what they've given him. He took on board exactly 100 litres. 40 kilometres into the pit lane. Actually, it's that close to the gasoline alley. Doesn't even have time to get to 40 kilometres, but you'll just have to watch that speed as he goes down. It is quite a long pit lane, isn't it? It's got an extension in front of paddock 2.
It has, and you see the 125 Maserati.
Yep.
Yeah, look at these boys. They've 21 hours. Oh, he's got a problem.
Is it stalled, or is he...
No, I think there must be some kind of... Is the wheel fell off or something? Or, oh, no, the door wasn't shut.
No, door was open. That's the passenger door, of course. Blocking the pit lane, so they're going to have to do something quickly. This is a problem, isn't it?
This is a big problem. This is the kind of problem that can cause a code 60. So the 125 crew, look at them lads, they've been up all night, all day. They're going to have to push the car back now and get that sorted. If we've got anyone else, that 208 is going to be coming down the pit lane
They got
soon.
it shut, it's okay. Whoa, that was lucky. Whoa.
That was lucky, and that car is coming out down the pit lane now. That was lucky. Fair play to the 125 crew of the Maserati, the Thierry Boutsen team. Excellent work getting that up and running, and just caught him, didn't they? Just before he left, because that would have been another unnecessary pit stop.
Yeah. So they might have lost a few seconds there, but it's better than losing the time you lose of a whole extra pit stop. So we're still waiting for Alfred Renard to make his 18th stop. He still owes us that. He has been on board that car for the moment for 37 minutes.
Yeah, and I'm just been corrected here on Twitter, which is a good thing. So Trevor Austin, friend of mine through the night, it's actually the lap time he's telling me that gets deleted, not the lap being deleted. He found that out earlier.
That's really helpful. Thank you for that.
Thank you for that, Trevor. Obviously, I've raced in this series before, but I never get penalties,
well,
mate.
What does that bring you? Having a lap time cancelled, but it costs you nothing.
I suppose so, but it's a penalty, isn't it? And it's, as you rightly said, you're not making a massive advantage, and nobody goes through a chicane wrongly on purpose, but you do actually make a bit of time up. So
yeah, maybe straight lined it. That's why they're
yeah.
So out goes the 79 car. That is Maurice Faber in one of the Cup 1 cars. Maurice Faber driving for Bonk Motorsport, your favourite team.
I'm so glad you said it.
Along with Axel Burkhardt, Terry Schlondal. That's a great name to conjure with. Luxembourg's Maurice Faber and Luxembourg's Jean-Marie Dumont. We've got about 7 or 8 Luxembourg drivers here, haven't we? We include Eric Lux and...
that's the whole of the country.
I know, it's incredible, yeah.
The whole country has just gone on strike. They've gone racing at Paul Ricard.
It takes them a bit longer to get the radio messages because they have to go through Radio Luxembourg, so...
I hope no one's listening from Luxembourg. They probably are. Hello, Luxembourg, if you're watching. We're having a good time over here.
Well, hopefully they're getting Motors France, so they won't be hearing our commentary. But if you are, we love you.
We love you.
Great country. Yeah.
It's a good country.
On board again then with the 159 car, the Red Camel Mazda V8, and this is in like safe hands at the moment of Rick Broikers. He's been on board that car now for, where are you, Rick? For 41 minutes.
Yeah, Rick doing a sterling job.
Sorry, not 41 minutes, for 1 hour and 37 minutes, sorry.
Yeah, he's been going at it hard, and he still hasn't dipped into the picnic basket that's on the right-hand side of him. If you're wondering what that is, I'm sure you know, it's the cool box. So a lot of coolant in that box on the right-hand side, and that goes through a pipe into the driver's suit. So every time there's a driver change, which there's going to be now as he's pulling over to the right-hand side to come in the pits.
Right.
They'll pull the pipe out of the driver's suit. It's usually a company called Stand 21, but other people do make it, and it's like a radiator but with ice, and it goes around your whole bodysuit. So
there we go, 20 kilometres, bang, into Gasoline Alley. Going to visit the theme park at the back of the paddock. Only this theme park is live, and there are the petrol stands. He'll be waved in by his team. His crew already there in their fast suits. Balaclavas on, goggles on, just as they would be if they're refueling in pit lane. Fuel will go into this car at a rate of 50 litres per minute, and they are allowed 120 litres. So, good run by that car. Back to pit lane, somewhat battered 98 car. That's the Baz Curtin racing car.
ooh, look at all that rubber on the floor there. So those Seat Cup cars, very reliable and very fast as well, coming from the TCR series. So eligible for a lot of racing around Europe and the world, these new Seat Cup cars. Driven one myself, a friend of mine, Finlay Crocker, who owns one, and it's actually his birthday today, so happy birthday, Finlay.
And this car second, of course, in A3T. Martin van der Berger taking over from Harry Hilders.
I love these names of Europeans. Van der Berger. I've had too many of them.
I mean, most of Holland is below sea level, and I've got friends who live in a place called Nederhorst den Berg, which means Nederhorst on the mountain. But they're in the polder. They're 100 metres below sea level, and I've never seen a mountain there.
Oh, man. Look at these guys still going at it. Sun is shining.
Well, we've just literally gone past the 3 hours to go mark, just a few seconds past that, and the race order after 513 laps. It's Alfred Renard still leading. Well, he just got in for fuel as we talk. So Alfred Renard dives out of the lead into the fueling area, then take the pits, and Adam Christodoulou should take over the lead of the race again for Ram Racing in the next minute. We're still queuing here in the 159 car. He's been in for a long time now, Paul.
He has. He's going to open that picnic basket in a minute. There we go. We've got rid of that Porsche.
So we're going to take a break. Back with more in a minute.
We're back.
Yeah, quick spin for the 200 car there.
Yeah.
What happened there?
Quick spin. I was just chatting off air there, so we're sorry about that, but looks like he went wide at one of the last corners, because this now is turn 5 and 6 for the 200 Ginetta G55. That car's had a hard time of it, but still, you've got to say that the Nova race team, the Italians, they're in P2, still in SP3. Fair play to them.
Lisa Spagnoni, the team manager, she's done a great job through the night. She still looks great this morning. I mean, must be very, very difficult not to sleep there. What, 30 hours? You know, you get up at 8 o'clock Saturday morning, get everything ready for the warm-up, and then it's still standing 30 hours later.
Yeah, and they've got that number 7 Porsche already running while it's on the stand.
Had his fuel, goes out, but he has dropped back to second.
And stalled. Lost himself about 5 seconds there, not massive in the grand scheme of things, but if that SLS Ram racing car wins by 5 seconds, might be because he stalled in the pits.
We'll know in just a moment what the gap is, as Alfred Renard gets back into circulation. He's back out, heading down towards the rear end of the circuit. Well, we've finally got our fuel on board the 159 car.
Ooh, that door won't shut. The door won't shut. Nightmare.
Just what happened to the Maserati. Are they trying to shut it?
Oh, it's that door that got the big hit, wasn't it, before?
Yeah, got punched in the side.
He's done the wrong thing and opened it. Shouldn't have opened it. That's going to cause them big, big problems.
Well, it looks like they're going to... Are they doing a brake change?
That door won't shut.
No. So Rick Broikers just pointing out the door damaged them as if they haven't seen it. We saw it as well. Here is our race leader again, Adam Christodoulou for Ram Racing Mercedes, looking better and better with 3 hours to go. You're back with Motors TV, live from Paul Ricard. This is our race leader. It's the British Ram Mercedes, now in the hands of Greek-British racing driver Adam Christodoulou. And Adam, having taken that car over just shortly, lost the lead from the number 7 Mercedes, which was ahead on the thing. And Lucas Schreier now on board that number 7 car on his outlap, and the gap between them is 1 lap. Down in the pits, Ron van Uyven is waiting to talk to us. Hello, Ron.
Hi, just the guy who came out of the number 7 Porsche, Alfred Renauer. What's it like out there at the moment?
Oh, it's very hot in the car, especially in the fuel area. It's difficult to drive because the rear tires they're getting better and worse and worse, and we have a little bit struggling about that, and we hope we can do it better in the next stint.
Yeah, you have to change a bit the settings at the back.
Yes, we did some setting changes in the roll bar, and I hope it will be better now.
Because you're about a minute behind, I think. I'm not sure how much it is at the moment, but basically it's an outright fight between you and Ram Racing, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah, I think we can do it at the same times, and so it's hard. Maybe one of us had a little bit luck with code 60, or I think it can happen always something, and we hope so. We're looking forward.
Okay, thanks. Take care. Back to you guys.
Well, we can see there we're getting down to the nitty-gritty of it now, Mark, aren't we? And 2 hours, 54 minutes to go. Sounds like a long time. It is, but it isn't.
Well, it's 2 Grand Prix, isn't it?
It is 2 Grand Prix, but still, the guys there from the Porsche camp saying that, you know, we need a bit of luck now to try and catch up. So
yeah, so Alfred Renauer there just telling us about the rear tyres, how quickly they're eating them up. Of course, you've got all the weight on the engine above those rear wheels, and good for traction, but not quite so good for tyre wear.
And that's what the SLS is very good at, with its engine in the front, 6.2 litre motor. So the rear wheels, all they need to do is just drive the car forward. As you say, with the Porsche, it sits down like a surfboard at the rear, with the engine all over the rear axle. Fantastic handling car, but it does take its toll on the tyres, and if you really, really push it in these mid-30-degree heat, then you could be in a bit of trouble. But we got a bit of a message on the timing screen: debris on middle of track, apex at turn 9.
So chicane Nord exit.
Chicane Nord exit, and that'll probably be one of Madonna's cones. So we might get a bit of footage from that. So the A3T leader now you're on board with, the 208 Team Altran, Peugeot 208, being pedalled along nicely by one of my favourites, Stephen Pelletier.
Oh yeah,
nice shot there for the team, the 2 cars. Look at the top of that 205 car there, the air duct flapping around.
They're running together now, the 2 team cars, aren't they? That's great, but save that for the finish, so you get the photo shot then.
Yeah, that would be exactly it. And Pelletier, I just noticed on his helmet, he's got a Goodwood Revival sticker on the side of his helmet there, so he's obviously raced at the Goodwood Revival.
Yeah, he does classic racing. I think he's got a Cobra, hasn't he?
Do you know what? Yeah, you think he has. That's right.
So he's in the 2.8 car, and ahead in the 2.05 car, Dominic Nuri, his teammate, and just coming up to a...
Well, that's his teammate there.
Yeah, thank you. That was very easy, wasn't it? Painless, but...
it was close, though.
2.05, they're both 2.08 GTIs, they're both in the same class, but obviously Stephen Pelletier, the quicker man at the moment. And Martin van der Berger in the 98 car, second in this category. That's the man we just saw in the Baz Curtin Seat Leon racer having a pit stop. Harry Hilders handing over that car. And in third place, Nabil Moutran, one of the UAE drivers in the 95 car. That's the Memak Ogilvy Dual Racing, 3 Dubai drivers with Phil Quaife on board. And so Phil at the moment looking safe for a podium.
He is, isn't he? And Quaife's the boy. He knows how to handle these Seat Cup cars, so good luck to him. But this onboard footage from this 208 car and the onboard footage from the other cars as well has been second to none. And I must say, we have to thank our team who have worked tirelessly to get us these great pictures around the circuit. But we're going to go down to Ron because he has a special guest for us, apparently.
A special guest?
Well, that special guest is just me. I wanted to show you the Mel C glasses one more time. No, Mel B, you called it. To be sure, because later on I'll be handing over my pit lane duties to Lucas. So I wanted to talk to you. You talked about the NKPP pit stop that's done by Bas Kuter Racing, the outfit that runs the car in the Netherlands. Really great, fantastic, enthusiastic, nice guys. And actually, the boss himself, Bas Kuter, was at the left rear wheel. And he wasn't even last of the four, so he really did well. Martin van den Berg in the car now. You asked me about the Red Camel car, Bertha Heus behind the steering wheel, what he's doing. I talked to his team boss, because Ivo Breukers of Preventic, the organizers of this 24-hour event, is of course his team boss. He's in the other car. Bertha Heus drives with one hand. And I asked Ivo, is he in pain or something? And Ivo just said something which... in Dutch, well, it was in Dutch, of course, but translates to, no, he's just a lazy bastard. Over to you.
Oh, my word. Thank you for that, Mel B. How do? That was the best bit of TV I've seen.
Does she know that her glasses are here?
No, she doesn't, but I don't think we need to worry about them glasses. I think we need to worry about the swear box that Ron's just pulled up. So
yeah, Ron, just remember, please, we are live on Motors TV, and we are a terribly proper and correct motorsport channel. Right, here we are. This is the 200 car? Yeah, no, 206 car.
The leader.
I beg its pardon. Yeah, leading that category.
So the SP3 leader in the G50 Nova Racing team, Ginetta, doing an absolutely cracking job.
Only two survivors, of course, although all 5 cars will get points, because here you don't have to finish to be classified. You can still get the points. So yeah, nice line there. Very tidy line.
Yeah.
Coming through senior there. That was nice. Look how messy that looks by comparison in that...
yeah, that 75 car, the A5 class leader, the BM that you've seen go through, has had a torrid old time. But the Ginetta being driven very well.
Just interesting to look at that corner for a moment, isn't it? See how good they are at the apexes. And Ron Van Apex, our man down in the pit lane. Thank you, Ron, giving us a whole new ball game this weekend.
I hope Scary Spice isn't sat at home thinking, I'll fancy a bit of 24-hour series on the telly. She's switched on, and she's got Ron there with them leopard skin glasses. It just make my day. My life is so good at the minute. I do love this job, and Ron has just made it the best ever. And he's actually done me a favour, because people have stopped tweeting me now. I think they're in shock at what he just said.
Which of the Spice Girl teams has done some racing?
I think Jerry's been on. She's been on Top Gear, doing the fastest thing in the celebrity small
star in an ordinary car or
something like that. But I never watched.
Do you remember Top Gear? That used to be on when I was a child. It's don't know what happened to it.
We've got the SP2 leader on our screens.
Yeah,
and that car has been doing well for a long, long time, and is still out there with Peter Limhus behind the wheel.
Limhus. Yeah,
a cracking job.
I presume that means Limehouse.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Limehouses around London, Liverpool, and
he's from Australia, this man.
Yeah, he is indeed.
And Jeff Smith and James Kay also in that car.
And the man, of course, you're looking at the moment, Limehouse, he is actually the overall championship leader. 68 points after 2 wins, one in Dubai, one in Mugello, and a 2nd place in Zandvoort. So is he going to hang on to that? It looks like it's looking very good for him to stay at the top of the pile at the moment. But they split him and Keith Kasulka, who's been his teammate so far this season. They split them up. So that means that if Peter stays in this position, he will be the single overall leader rather than sharing with someone else.
Interesting, that, isn't it? Tactical.
Project Cars, the Australian builders of these silhouette cars. And great action still here from Paul Ricard. 2 hours, 47 minutes to go. Temperatures rising. Racing is getting as good as ever. And quite apart from everyone looking absolutely worn out and done in, they all look so sharp, don't they?
Are you on about me?
Yeah. I mean, that's the great thing about having 4 or 5 drivers in a car. Every time a driver gets in, he is fresh and raring to go.
Except for the 116 Clio, the wife and husband team.
Wow. I mean, that is impressive. They should get a special award that for heroism. Give them a George medal or something.
Oh, it's an amazing effort, that.
On board then with the 159 Red Camel Mazda. Who's in that car at the moment? Is it one of our Brits?
In the 159
No, it's
minute.
Ivo Breukers, son of Rick, a man who's given Lap Van Lagen a run for his money on occasions. So that must tell you just how quick he is.
Super quick.
Breaking into the Nord chicane, turn 7, turn 8.
You can see the damage on that 159 number plate there, where the Ferrari of Peter Cox.
Yeah, punched that door in, didn't he? Wow.
Lucky. That could have been game over, that, for both cars.
They'll be after Scuderia Prague after the race for the price of a new Nord. Oh, someone has... they stalled?
A5 class leader, 75 car, which we've seen in the pits a long time. The guys have still got energy to race up and down the pit lane to try and recover it. And the Creventic crew there, the orange top on, just speaking to the team manager, seeing what the score is. Very helpful, the girls and the boys in orange here.
Well, the car has stalled, hasn't it, there? It was on the no-stop lane, the deceleration lane. So what happened there? As far as I could see, there wasn't in the sin bin, was it?
Oh, here we go.
No.
So it probably just was going into the sin bin, but stopped in the wrong place.
That's our Czech driver, Sarai Palavels. This car looking absolutely immaculate, but as we said, they had time to polish everything. Nuts, bolts, tyres. Back to our overall race leader then. And I think fingers and everything crossed in Dan Shufflebottom's garage, because Ram Racing have been so close to that win 3 times this year. Here they are. They've been leading handsomely virtually throughout most of the race. 519 laps now behind them. 518 for Lucas Schreier in the second place Porsche, and Reinhold Koffler in the number 2 car. The car started by Jeroen Bleekemolen and almost finished by Jeroen 30 seconds later in the first corner.
Hearing all the metallic noises of the wheel nuts and the guns going on. There we go, hands up, tyres are on.
Yeah, this is the car collection. Mercedes Elmar Grimm, Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, Gustav Edelhoff and Ingo Vogler. And this car currently running in overall place
Lots of
12. Yep.
German words being thrown there as the car gets pushed backwards.
The very battered looking A2 leader here, that's the 112 Christian Dieckhoff car. Had quite a big chunk taken out of the back of it there. That's the Team Switzerland Renault Clio Cup. Might look battered, but it's going like a train, and it's on line for the win.
It is, and it's got through the night as we now turn our attention to the number 7 Porsche that's been in the top 2 for most of the hours we've been watching. Being pedalled at the minute by Lucas Schreier, doing a great job. 2 minutes off the lead on the same pit stop, but like we heard before from one of the guys, they really need a bit of luck now. As you can see, that car it's been worked hard, hasn't it? You can see, we got the 20 car.
Oh, that's the American Porsche 997 on board that car at the moment, the 20 car. That's one that's dropped a little bit down the order, hasn't it, after all sorts of problems, been in and out of the garages. And that car currently in the hands of David Russell.
So there he is, Mr. Russell, going into 3 and 4. Bit gingerly.
Yeah.
So 28th overall, nice place to put your LEDs on the rear wing there, that's nice.
We haven't heard the car has had any particular driving problems, have we? No power steering problems. Anyway, Cup 1 leader, just coming through our picture now. Here is the 67 car, and that is the Sorg Rennsport car of 5 German Austrian drivers. Gulhart Griebner on board that car at the moment, looking very secure as well.
Yeah. Windows down. Getting some air in that cabin. It's getting to that time of the day now. Mid 30-degree heat. Even though you've had your sleep, you'll still feel the heat here in the south of France. I've got my flip-flops on.
That's too much information. So Thomas Muller on board that car at the moment as we go to the 997 leader. There he is, Dimitri Engelbert, the Renault Megane Cup, Euro Cup expert, had a lot of wins there.
There he is.
Yeah.
Our cameraman just catching up with the action. Great stuff from the cameraman there to catch him. We had Nico, the German, in our ear. Number 17 is the class leader. They sound just like you, don't I, Nico? So again, great direction from these guys here. And look at that, an array of colours down the pit straight.
Gosh, it's even more exciting than the start was, isn't it? Every colour under the sun, including pink. Takes us straight back to Baby Spice, doesn't it?
There's all sorts of Spice Girls references going on, but the 17 car has been phenomenal to run in the top 5 of the overall classification of the race. The 997 leader, Dimitri Engelbert, he's done a great job with the rest of his team.
I mean, 5th overall for what is basically a cup car.
He's just lost his splitter.
Was that him?
Yeah, see that? I'm sure. I don't think he ran over it. I think that dropped off the front and then he ran over it. So he's going to have a lot of understeer. We spoke about this earlier in the comms. The Porsches, the front end of the of those cars are quite difficult to drive when they lose their front splitter. So he might come in for a stop.
Yeah, so 3rd in A6, Reinhard Koffler we're just looking at in that number 2 Mercedes. This is the one that had all the problems at the start of the race, had damaged front suspension after Jeroen Bleekemolen ran into the rear wheel of Peter Cox's Ferrari. They've been playing catch-up throughout the race. Good job by all of them, Harry Protchik, Reinhold Renger, Carsten Tilke and Reinhold Koffler supporting Jeroen. Jeroen got a penalty for that collision, an avoidable accident, but their team has made up for it, and they are now, of course, running in 3rd place overall.
And the story from that, Mark, is that in 4th place is the car that he fired into the side of, which is now being driven by Jaromir Jirik.
Yep.
So
Jirik, in fact, just coming through our picture at the head of this lot. On board then again with the all singing, all dancing 101.
This is Klaus Kresnik on board.
Your man.
It's my man with the Danish side.
Swiss
flag.
Swiss flag. He's Swiss.
Ah, that can't be Tony Bueller unless he's Nick. That's definitely, I'm sure it's Klaus Kresnik on board, that, isn't it?
It's telling us it's Klaus Kresnik, isn't it? Or has Tony jumped in the car since
he's got Klaus. No, it's the Danish flag. It's just a bit ruffled.
Ah, right. Danish flag's normally blue and white. Anyway, he's just trying to confuse us, isn't he? This is the state the commentary gets to after we've been on air for 22 hours. And,
Klaus is on it.
Had no food, no breaks, no sleep.
And my ribs are in still. Did you know about that?
Yeah, Klaus Kresnik definitely at the wheel, and Klaus Kresnik is definitely an Austrian driver. So just to confuse all of us, neither Swiss nor Danish, but Austrian.
Oh, sorry about that, Klaus, and anyone else I've offended. My geography isn't the best. I don't even know which motorway I live next to, I'm honest.
Well, Austria is a country in Europe.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was a village near Preston. I'm not sure you'll find a Klaus Kresnik in Preston.
And in fact, if you're in Austria this weekend, you'd be at the Österreich Ring, which is the Red Bull Ring, which is where the ELMS race will be starting in a couple of hours. You'll be seeing that live on Motors as well.
Very nice.
So Adam Christodoulou then still leading from Lukas Schreier. It's Mercedes from Porsche. From Mercedes, Reinhard Koffler in 3rd place, Jaromir Jirik in the number 4 Ferrari. So 3 different manufacturers in the top 4 places, just as Creventic want it to be. They want this to be something for everyone category, and just all through the classes there has been tremendous racing going on as the number 7 car, Lucas Schreier, puts the number, which car was that, the 6 car down another lap. That's in the hand at the moment of Gerard Lopez of G9 Capital.
We've got some real stars, haven't we, here? And there's a lot of famous people kicking about as well, like you say about the Genie Capital kids, or guys, I think I'll call them kids. But we attract so many good drivers and so many characters and so many nations to the 24-hour series. It's fantastic, as we see now.
I love that shot. It's like Spaghetti Junction, isn't it? Cars going everywhere. It
is. It looks like there's like 14 cars have gone off the track the wrong way.
Yeah, Spaghetti Junction, in case you don't know, it's in Birmingham, and that's not in North Yorkshire.
No, it's not in North Yorkshire. And Klaus Kresnik does not live near Spaghetti Junction. As we go back to the leader, the 30 car, Adam Christodoulou, my dinner partner.
Yep.
We were on a date night the other night. Chicken and vegetables was the order of the day. Found out a lot about lap times.
Well, of course, not a great weekend to be Greek, is it, either, this weekend, you know, with all the dramas going on over the Euro, and I think Adam has probably put his mind completely away from that, concentrate on this race.
Yeah.
And anyway.
a real focused individual.
Yeah, oh, that was hot. I could feel that through the gloves.
Yeah, I mean, these boys are brave. I mean,
hot caliper. Anyway, it's all back on now. Just a pad change for the Huracan.
Look at the state of that Huracan.
Yeah.
They definitely need to go and reverse that up to Ram Racing and get it cleaned. Yeah. Look at that. Well, I can't even see what the number on it. I know it's a 22.
I think they need a Polish car wash, don't they? No, to have that, actually. You've got the refueling station. You then come here. Then before you rejoin the track, you have to go for a car wash, you know, a hand car wash. And you have to pay your €5 for it.
Oh, that much money.
Okay, this is Provence, €4.50. Good. Pads on the other side, all secure. The securing pin goes into the pad, stop them flying out when he gets down to the first turn. We had that at Le Mans, one of the Aston Martins. In fact, it was Fernando Reis, and he had a pad change, arrived at the first chicane, no pedal, and took out one of the LMP2 cars.
That's horrible. I've had one brake failure in my entire life, and I never ever want one again. It was the worst experience. Your whole body expecting to retard.
Is that what we're talking about?
Pumping the pad, pumping the piston up to the pad, and then the pad onto the disc. So, they're
going to just top up the brake fluid, aren't they? The master cylinder there, just check the levels are okay.
They need to.
Because the one thing you don't want to do when you arrive at the first turn is become piston broke, do you?
No, you don't want to be doing that. But the one thing they don't want to be doing is losing that third place in SP2, which there are 3 laps behind is Ivo Brukers, so I don't think they will, but it depends. They look like they're having a bit of...
Well, they're just working on the master cylinder.
Ah, yeah, so they're bleeding the brakes, aren't they, and giving it a top up.
Put some gin and tonic in it. And
it's probably some of Phil Quave's Heineken.
You said he's rubbish at drinking.
He is terrible at drinking. The top wasn't even open on that picture he sent us before.
No, that's right, yeah. Well, he hasn't learned how you do these tags yet, has he? Flip up tags. Number 4 car then. This is the Peter Cox car. The Peter Cox started. Number 4 in 4th place, Jaromir Zedek. On board that car.
As we hear in our ears, the Huracan just left the pits.
V10 power, black lines all down the pit road, and that'll be in for a 25-minute stop-go because he's exceeded the 40 kilometers an hour. Here we are at turn 11, the double at Busso. Great double apex this for everybody except Ron. And there's our race leader then. Adam still on a charge. Well, we're going to be leaving motors for the moment, but come back later. We will be back live at 1 o'clock British time, 2 o'clock European time for the final half hour and the podium ceremonies. Make sure you join me, Mark Cole, and him, Paul O'Neill, man on the other side of the cabin.
Yeah, we'll see you soon, and sorry if I've offended anyone with any North Yorkshire jokes.
Okay, see you then, but stay on the live streaming. Well, welcome back, streamers and screamers. Paul's going to leave us, have a little well-earned break. He's only been on for the last 22 hours. Looks his age, I have to say, if you could see him. We might try and get a selfie up on the... Oh, you're staying with us for a minute?
You would not want to see me. I just wanted to say goodbye. I'm going to go for a wee, and I'm going to pull out one of my buffet tickets and go and get myself a Ron Van Berger.
All right.
So I will catch you in a bit. Ron will be with you soon. I've been here since 5:30 this morning.
Yep, you've done a good job. Well, fairly good job.
A fairly good job, thank you, Mark. It's been a pleasure up to now, but I'm looking forward to the last 2.5 hours, as I feel like I've become friends with some of these onboard drivers. So I'll catch up with you in a bit.
Yeah, we'll see you in a while. Well done. So going for the pit stop cycles at the moment, as Ron will be coming upstairs to join us here in the cabin. The Flying Dutchman doing a great job. This is the American 20 car, the 2997 Cup car. This is the one that's had all the problems, had a spin out on the circuit. We saw that just a couple of minutes ago with David Russell on board. Joey Foster, Charles Espenlaub and Charles Putnam, his co-drivers. Joey Foster, of course, business partner of Patrick Dempsey, the Hollywood actor. Dempsey getting that long-awaited podium position at the Le Mans 24 Hours this year. Nice to see Pat racing in this series if they brought the cars over. All the Americans here loving us, and for a number of them, including Charles Espenlaub, it's a first time racing in France. Wow, that was close. Coming out of the pit lane, and no prisoners taken here. The Lamborghini Huracan slotting in behind there, and a great mix of cars there. The 20 car rejoining as well, so about 6 cars all coming out the pits at the same time, just as a great gaggle of cars is going down the pit lane. Wow, that was tight. Great shot there as you come down into the Est de la Verrière. This is turns 1 and 2 on the circuit, and that's where all the problem happened on the left-hand side of your screen at the start of the race. And come down into Virage de l'Hôtel, Virage du Camp, turns 3, 4 and 5, round the loop at the western end of the circuit, and then you start that long blast back up the Mistral Straight. Here it is. Wow, these cars reaching maximum speed at 240 Ks, and braking very, very heavily for the chicane Nord, which they're turning into now. And amongst those cars, that number 7 Porsche of Lucas Schreier, which is currently 2 minutes 6 seconds down on Adam Christodoulou's Ram Racing Porsche. So Ram got everything crossed in their garage now, just 2.5 hours of racing to go, and looking very, very strong for Ram to take its first win of the season. 2013 ELMS champions with Ferrari. They had a whole campaign planned for last year, 2014, in the WEC, and at Le Mans it didn't happen. They had to pull out of Le Mans, and Dan Shufflebottom now concentrating the Silverstone-based team's efforts all on this series at the moment, the Hankook 24-hour series. Something for everyone here as we're looking at the scene corner. Through comes the 4 Ferrari, Jaromir Zurich still on board that car. And just behind him, a number of the Mercedes. That's the number 6 Mercedes that's running in 6th place. Giannetta's still to the fore, using all the road and more. And then looking at the Virage du Lac, going into Virage du Pont, which takes us on to the final start-finish straight. Our time 12 o'clock here in France. Sun climbing ever higher in the sky, and the temperature's rising as well. 32 degrees we've just seen from one of the tire technicians. 42 degrees on the track. The Hankook rubber, of course, making the most of these conditions. The warmer it gets, the grippier it gets, but the problem is the grippier it gets, the more your tire wear. But we've had no tire problems, I have to say, this weekend, apart from maybe the number 7 Porsche, Lucas Schreier, at the wheel at the moment, and it's the rear end tyre wear on the rear engine Porsches. We heard the same from the 997 leader, Francois Perraudot, telling us how quickly they're knocking out those back tyres. There was the Perraudot car just going through the picture now in the hands of Manu Collard. BMWs, Porsches, Ford Focuses. There we are, just enjoying the sun while we've got it. Told it's raining back in the UK this morning, a bit cloudy. So probably not barbecue weather today. And I'll be back on a late flight this evening. Marseille back to Heathrow. Having had a very, very enjoyable 4 days here in Provence. I recommend it to anyone. Come and have a look at this great circuit if you can. It's open to the public during the week. You can come here to the track day experience. You can drive a Porsche around this circuit with an instructor and see just how good it is. All the enduro races this weekend, absolutely loving it. It's a discovery for most of them because they've not had the chance to race here. It's the first 24-hour car race on this circuit in modern day form. And in September, the Bol d'Or, one of the great motorcycle races, will be returning here for the first time in 14 years, having been at Manicourt for all that time. It's a great choice of circuit for bike riders, and I'm sure they will love it. So haze already on the mountains behind the circuit, the Alpes Maritimes. We're midway between Marseille and Toulon, and then just down to the south of us on the coast is Bandol, and the start of the French Riviera, which goes all the way to the east to Nice and to Monaco. On board again with the 208 car. That's in the hands of Stephen Palette, the French driver driving for the Antral team. And Stephen currently leading A3T as we switch to the Klaus Kresnik car, the 101 Red Camel Seat. Great camera shots these. Gives us so much more in-depth coverage as he finally gets past one of those focuses. Oh, that was a bumpy ride. Took too much curb there and lost the place back again. Just had to back out of that. Oh, almost hits the 98 car side by side. Great stuff this. Putting him a lap down, but not taking prisoners even in a Seat Cup car. Well, it looks like breakfast is arriving, and Ron Van Oyven is going to be joining us in a few minutes. He's just munching his way through a great-looking baguette. It's one thing the French do so well is baguettes. Very, very hot down in the pit lane now, and as we say, temperatures starting to soar again. Still a little bit of breeze, just enough to... But the wind direction has changed now. It's coming in from the southwest. It was southeasterly yesterday. But absolutely no chance of rain. There's none forecast for at least another couple of weeks here. Although looking at the weather meteo this morning, they're going to get it really bad in the north of Europe, Moscow and the Czech Republic. Going to be heavy rain and storms there later today. Not this problem though at Paul Ricard. This is what Provence is all about. Sunshine, good food and good wine. Nice trainer cars there, including that very pretty little Peugeot. We've talked up the Peugeot RCZ, the 115 car, the Danish team of Jakob Christensen, the Dane train, Christoph Nygaard, one of the Le Mans heroes this year, also on that team. Lucas Schreier, and there's Adam Christodoulou. So Adam has hauled in the Lucas and is looking to try and put him another lap down. There was a 2:07 difference. They are both lapping around 2:11, so we are going to see perhaps the Porsche put down another lap. We'll follow that as we go back on board the 208 car. This is the Team Altran Peugeot 208 GTI. That car at the moment in the hands of, let's see, where is he? 208, Stephen Palette, as we just mentioned. Nico, our sound engineer, bringing in more supplies, Coca-Cola. Thank you very much, Nico, as we see a problem there for one of the French GC cars. This is a silhouette BMW. He's crawling around, and in fact, he's on the really bumpy stuff. So you do that too much, and you'll do a lot more damage to your car. That's the 150 car. This is the one that's had all the problems. Stefan Pasquet on board that car at the moment. Has been running in 5th place in SP2. I think he's in Get You Home. In fact, it's exactly the same thing again. Looks like he's got a broken rear suspension. Not the first time that car's had this. He's off the curbs now, so he's just trying to crawl home without doing further damage to the car. The rear end of the car, steering it. Having got this far, 22.5 hours. You don't want to lose everything in the final half hour, final 2.5 hours. White flag showing by the ever-efficient Le Castellet Marshals. Has actually come to a stop now. They're going to... It's almost at one of the points where the trucks can get to him, pull him off. No, he's just restarting at the moment. This car in 25th place overall. French driver as we go on board the 159. Still in the hands of Ivo Breukers, who is the son. He's the father, yeah, father. Sorry, just checking there with Ron, who knows everything. Ron van Apex. Yeah, we have to have some fun this weekend, and Ron has given us a lot of it to us. Great work down in the pit lane, catching people, asking awkward questions, and he gets the answers. That's the great thing about Ron. And I think because Ron is quite tall, and when a driver has to look up to him, they're going to tell him the truth. Just polishing off the rest of his breakfast. Still on the red Camel Jordans. Seat is the 150 car. They're trying to get behind the barriers so they can get a flatbed out to him. I just hope we're not going to have a Code 60. They're having trouble moving that car because that rear wheel has tucked in under the bodywork. That's what has broken. It's that top link again on this silhouette car, and it's not going anywhere. They're pushing as hard as they can, but the wheel has tucked in underneath. Have a look, guys. It's behind you. They're trying to get into time. What they are missing is the fact this rear wheel's tucked in underneath and it is jammed solid, so they're not going anywhere. If they have a look on the other side, they will see that. So, Ron is just about done. Came in smelling great a couple of hours ago. He's been in the pit lane for 2 hours. I don't know if he smells so great now, but Ron van Uyven, welcome back to live streaming here from Paul Ricard.
Thanks, Mark. Well, it is hot indeed already there outside. I guess it's around about 32, 33 at the moment, maybe even a bit more. Can't see it from here, but it is quite warm. But still, after having slept a couple of hours in the morning and having had a fantastic shower, then you feel much fresher.
Yeah, so the teams are limited to how quickly they can take fuel on. How quickly can you have the water in the shower?
It was pretty good. It's not called the Grand Prix Hotel for nothing, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Paul was telling us earlier, he was taking a shower when the Code 60 came on. Suddenly it all stopped. Anyway, we've just been seeing problems for the 150 BMW, Stephen Pasquet, and he has stopped out on the track. They've just sent one of the rescue cars out, I think, just to tow him behind the wall. They'll then get the flatbed out there. And it's the same thing again for the GC 150 car, broken rear suspension, it looks like. They keep having top link failure.
Yeah, this car has had heaps of trouble constantly. It looks battered as well. The back, I think, the engine cover doesn't look like it used to. I'm not sure whether that was caused by maybe a brief fire, but I think it's a bit charred. And I think we got Lucas down there in the pit lane. Go ahead, Lucas.
Yes, thanks, Ron. Corus is next to me, definitely one of the unlucky faces of the 24 hours here at Paul Ricard. Both of your cars, Cole, are in the pit lane. What happened to them?
Well, the Lotus had a problem on Friday with testing. It caught fire, so we are not able to qualify. So we have an all-nighter on the wire loom, and all the oil hoses melted, bodywork melted. But we get it out in the warming up for 2 laps, and it worked fine from the word go again. Eventually in the race we were leading after 2 hours already the class, which was amazing that Vic Rice did that job, and the car felt great. We had a toe link problem because we hit a car, and this is we have to replace that, so we lost another 15 minutes, but we came back in 2nd place, and we were running strong, and we were catching up on the number 1 again, and eventually the engine started to smoke, and it caught fire, and basically I think we lost the piston.
And what happened to the other car, to the BMW?
The other car has a pickup problem with the fuel. You only can run like 80, 60 liters out of the tank before you had a hiccup. Some of the drivers went too long with the lean engine, and basically we lost 2 spark plugs. I think the damage on the engine is minor. We will finish the race. I think we can go out the last half hour just to be there at the end and give the guys a good feeling, because the car was also great. But you know, it's one of these days, one of these race weekends, nothing goes well, you know.
Yeah.
But sometimes you have the completely opposite.
Lucas, would you like to ask Cor?
Question of Mark, our commentator Mark.
Yeah, Lucas, you'd like to ask Cor if he wants to give a message to Ellie at home?
Yes, Cor, maybe you would like to pass over a message to Ellie.
Yeah, Ellie is at home. She is, of course, looking to Motors TV and Mark Cole and his friends. He's a long-time friend of ours, and she has her knee operation, and well, we miss her very much, you know, because this is one of these races. She's not here. She's always with me, and this time she's not here. Maybe this brings the bad luck.
Could have been the reason. Cor, many thanks to you, and of course all the best for Ellie. It's back to you to the booth.
Thank you, Cor, and thank you, Lucas. We're all very worried about Ellie. I've never been to a race where Ellie hasn't been there, mainly because she provides the best food in the paddock, the best drink in the paddock, and the most fun in the paddock.
That's right. She always makes a great atmosphere with the team, and it would be really nice to have her again at the next race of the 24-hour series, which of course is in 2 months' time. Barcelona, that's right.
And that should be hot as well, huh?
Oh yes.
Even hotter than here, maybe.
I think it gets worse there,
because
usually.
we're that much further south, huh?
Yeah. Although it's even slightly dry, well, it doesn't really matter. It's close to the sea, so it's hot and humid anyway.
Ron, you've had a great morning in the pits, some great interviews. I think the standout this morning is when you were talking to Francois Perraudot. That was very, very interesting.
Yeah, and he was still in good spirits. He wasn't, well, I'm not saying the word, of course, because you can't say the P off thing, but he was still in good spirits, but very, very tired. And he's tall, and he looks well trained, but very, very tired.
He's a very fit guy, Francois, but power steering failure. I mean, he said this is the worst thing he's ever had.
It's incredible with these fat, slick tires on a which fairly grippy circuit. It's devastating.
So he's had to fight that. But remember, also Chantal, she's had to fight that as well. Her car had this problem, didn't it?
It had the problem, I think, even last night, round about midnight, it started having the problem, and each of them had to deal with it. Well, first it started out with an ABS problem. That was the first thing. That's what she had to get used to, and
is it ABS? Yeah,
that was ABS first,
not power steering,
and then somewhere in the morning, the other thing happened, and that's much worse. Not having ABS, you can get used to, but not having power steering, you never get used to.
But we can see how the times dropped in that car from a normal 2:16 to about 2:24 because of no ABS, because you have to be so careful you don't block the brakes, and then of course you put flat spots on the tires.
That's right. I think at some places you might have to brake 25 meters earlier or something.
Yep. We're looking at the 75 car. This is the car that has spent most of the race in the pits, so it's out of any contention for top wins, but the 75 car Fabrice Reicher on board that at the moment, and that is the Hofer Racing BMW. It was in the pits for such a long time. Chantal Kroll driving this car as well as the Mercedes, and it looks great, doesn't it? They gave it a whole wash polish and 10,000 kilometer service.
Yeah, it's great for the sponsors. It's not that great for the results for Chantal, but I'm not actually sure whether she did drive that car. I haven't seen her leave the pits in this car, but it doesn't really matter, I think, because both the Hofer Cooper Racing cars aren't placed very high in their class, so she won't be gathering a massive points, but still enough.
Well, it's the only car still running in the A5 class, so they will get some points.
Only A5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
I missed that last night.
The 75 cars. Vic Rice is out. We just heard from Coroiser.
Yep.
Tom Barrow's out, and Roland Eggerman's out. There's only 4 cars in the class, and they've only done 363 laps. Now that compares with our race leaders' 534 laps. So, but in this series, you don't have to do a minimum number of laps, and you don't have to finish to be classified, and you get the points.
Yeah, that's right. And so they probably take her off the Mercedes with not having power steering there.
Yep.
Then it's probably too heavy for Chantal, who's nicely built, but maybe not that muscular.
No.
And you need lots of muscles. We don't have power steering. And the other car is probably still easy to drive, and she can score points in that one.
Yeah, now this is the number 2 Mercedes, Reinhard Koffler on board the HP car at the moment, running a solid 3rd place after the dramas on the first corner of the first lap of a 24-hour race between Jeroen Blekemolen and Peter Cox. As we said last night, Dutch on Dutch, and not a great way to start a 24 hours.
A Dutch on Dutch, that's double Dutch, isn't it? All right. Thanks for that. Now, you probably see, I've not calculated it back. I'm not sure how much time these two teams, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari and the HP Racing Mercedes, spent in the pits. That's probably something like 20-25 minutes. That's round about 10 laps. And how many laps these guys are behind, that's around about 12. So if they hadn't had that problem, they would still be in for a win, or at least a podium. Now, one of them is still in for a podium for sure. Any of these two could still make that. Koffler in the HP Racing Mercedes done 523 laps, and the Scuderia Praha Ferrari now in the hands of Jirik has done 2 laps less, but one of these will probably be 3rd.
Yeah, Lucas Schreier then we're looking at the moment in the number 2, the 2nd place, number 7 car. This is the Herbert Motorsport car that won the Mugello 12 hours, 2nd round of the series, which came after the Dubai 24. We then had Zandvoort 12 hours, which I guess Ron must have been at, and then we will be going to Barcelona and Brno after this weekend. One more 24-hour race and the Brno 12-hour race. So the championships can be wide open till then. Although you do drop 1 score.
That's right. They can drop 1 score. Ram Racing, that'll be hard to decide on, because they were 2nd 3 consecutive times. So which one of that do you drop? It's probably, of course, the 24-hour results give you more points. A win is 30 points there. A win for a 12-hour race is just 20 points. So if they if they would have to drop one of the results now, then it would either be Mugello or Zandvoort. So, but they're doing what they were so far, at least, what they set out to do is to set the 3 second places right and try and get a win here. And so far, they're doing really good.
There is the number 2 car, the Reinhold Koffler car, interestingly promoting the European Grand Prix at Baku this year. Do you see that on the side of the car? That's interesting, isn't it?
I hadn't noticed that. That's interesting.
Yeah, I just saw that as it went through the picture. Here's the 2nd place car, still Lucas Schreier and Adam Christodoulou, the Greek-British driver. We're talking about Adam and the problems in Greece, hopefully not affecting him too much. I hope he has the money to race in Barcelona.
Yeah, probably his money isn't in a Greek bank anymore, I would suspect. As far as the race, was it the Moscow race that they promoted? You said?
Baku.
Okay.
Yeah, first time in Azerbaijan.
And I guess that's also a Hamon-Tilke circuit. So with his son Karsten in the car, that's probably the link to the team.
Maybe he managed to get the money from Azerbaijan to help pay for this effort this weekend. But great run by this Porsche, isn't it? They have been so strong. Mercedes seems to be the car to have in this series because they appear to be bulletproof. But this Porsche has been so impressive, the Herbert racing car. You were talking to Alfred Renard earlier on. Is his brother Robert here, his twin brother? Is he here or is he racing somewhere else?
I haven't asked him, to be honest. I have no idea. I haven't seen him around, but he might be racing somewhere else.
Yeah, of course they have other guys who are managing the team, haven't they? They have Alexander, just trying to remember the guy's name at the moment. The team is in the hands of Alexander Weinhardt, and Hans Hartl is the crew chief. They've got a very good setup here, Team Herbert. And of course, all Porsche experts, Daniel Allemann, the German Carrera Cup runner. We've got Herbert Handlos, who raced in the GT Masters for Porsche last year. Lucas Schraer, who's driving the car at the moment, and 20 years old on Friday. Was that you asked him? Or
Yeah,
Lucas?
yeah, that's right. He had to smile. Thanks for the question. It was a good one.
And Lucas, of course, he got on YouTube, had a massive YouTube hit with a massive accident at Nürburgring in 2013 during one of the Volkswagen Scirocco Cup races. Had a huge end over end coming into the chicane on the ring. The spinner. Is it our camera car?
Yeah, it is.
159.
I don't think we get replays from the camera pictures either.
We don't,
so,
but that's Ivo.
Oh yeah, no, that's him.
Ivo restarting. So
no, it is. No, it's restarting.
Yeah.
Okay, still looking for grip. Ivo Breukers, director of Creventic, the organizers of this beautiful event, because that's what it's turning out, isn't it? It's they've done it a couple of times. Creventic, they're getting more and more experienced. Better organized each time, and they're really not only well organized at the moment, but there's still the great atmosphere of the early times. Yeah, beautiful shot.
If he wants more grip, he must get some Evo stick.
I don't really understand. Oh yeah, it's
adhesive, yeah.
Yeah. That's right.
So quite a big hole in the side of that car, as we saw. Just waving someone by. Yeah, please pass me that side.
Yeah, or he's pointing at us. Don't make fun of us.
No, there we are. He was letting that Mercedes through. So.
Yeah, so for Cooper Racing.
No, this is I've been very impressed by the awareness of the drivers of these slower cars. They're not so slow, but they are slower cars. Just letting other cars.
Ooh, there he goes again.
Yeah,
there he goes wide again.
He got frightened off again, didn't he?
I think he really has troubles. I think it's a tyre.
I wonder if he has a deflating
tyre. Yeah, absolutely.
We'll be talking to the team about that, see if he needs to come in or not.
Oh, look at that. Our lead car.
Right. Pit stop. Adam gets out. They've taken the fuel on already. How long will this stop be? 3:56 so far. Very efficient. This Silverstone-based team. Dan Shufflebottom. 4:22, the pit stop so far. They drop off the lead at the moment. Lucas Schraer goes ahead. This is their 19th stop, but Lucas will still owe us a stop, and that is a very quick stop. That was 4:30. We're still counting down until he gets out of the pit lane. It's going to be under 5 minutes. One of the quicker stops by the top guys in this race. Out on track, it's 4:46, so a good stop, including fuel. They're lucky they had a clear run into Gasoline Alley.
Yeah, you need that. You need that luck, and you need the luck of the Code 60 coming at the right time. The other car has been out for almost an hour, so he'll be coming in for the
7 car there, having a little bit of an altercation with the 10 Mercedes. The 10 car made him go the really long way around then, and so Ronald Egerman on board the 10 Mercedes made Lucas go the long way round, and then Lucas got on the marbles, and that's why we saw him just a little bit twitchy.
Yeah, he didn't look smooth there. Now, that could be down to the power steering pole. There's Lucas in the pit lane.
There you go.
Yes, thank you. Adam Christodoulou just jumped out of the leading number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes. Adam, tell us about the situation on the track concerning traffic, weather and everything else that needs to be considered now.
Well, the traffic felt pretty good then. Yeah, it seemed to be pretty flowing, so I was able to get into a rhythm, get some decent times, but it's extremely hot, so yeah, it's tough on the car, the tyres, the brakes, and obviously the drivers as well. Yeah, Ram have done an awesome job. The car feels really good. It showed the pace in qualifying, and it hasn't skipped a beat all race, so yeah, we just got to keep on pushing. I think we've got about a lap. Hold on. Yeah, we've got, I reckon, about a lap. We've just done our pit stop. Obviously, the other car's going to come in a few minutes, so we should cycle back into the lead at that point, and yeah, it's looking good.
You have a lot of experience in GT car racing, not only on the Mercedes SLS AMG car, but what makes this Gullwing car so unique and so good for endurance racing?
Well, Mercedes designed it that it would be the most reliable and the strongest car, and yeah, it is. The thing's almost indestructible, so yeah, it's a bit heavier than the rest, but it seems to go around the corners really well. It's got a longer wheelbase, so it's quick around the bigger corners. It's not quite as good around like the hairpins and that, but it gets away with it, and the thing's just really strong, and that's why there's so many racing in this championship. It's the most popular car in GT3 in this championship.
Lucas, I have a message from...
We have a message from Mark.
From Paul O'Neill says, please say to Adam, now he's finished driving, he can practice his drinking.
I shall tell you from Paul O'Neill that you're done with driving now, so you should practice your drinking.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds like a plan.
Should be a good plan, especially if there is a big thing to celebrate later on. So Thomas here just jumped in. Will he stay in the cockpit until the end of the race?
No, so more than likely we won't make it to the end of the race on the fuel that we've got at the moment. So we'll swap over to Tom Onslow Cole. And yeah, Tom will go right to the end, but it's pretty close on our strategy, so we've got to keep an eye on this, and might have to reserve a little bit of fuel each lap, but yeah, we're going to keep on pushing, obviously just make sure that there's no mistakes, no faults, and yeah, just try and take it to the end, but hopefully we'll be celebrating later.
Do you think the Porsche is on the same strategy as you are?
No, the Porsche is on a different one. Earlier they're about half an hour difference, so looking at it, we were trying to figure out whether they might have to pit an extra time, but it looks like how they've adjusted their strategy, will be pitting the same amount of times.
Will be exciting. Thanks, Adam, and all the best for the rest of the distance. Thanks to you, and back into the cockpit.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. Thank you, Lucas. That's great. Yeah, strategy very important now, because we're watching how the lead rock and rolls every time that the Ram car stops, which is first, the Herbert car stops probably 20 minutes later, and so that's going to be really important as we go into the final part of the race. Maybe have to be splash and dashes.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they were so... At Ram Racing, they were so optimistic about making it with 2 more stints, because they've only been 4 minutes into their stint. That means that they still have 2 hours to go. So both these stints, well, they have to do in, let's say, an hour and 3 minutes on average.
And Lucas is in now, just as you say that. Lucas has come in for fuel. Yeah.
Okay, so they're not far behind as far as strategy, so there's hardly any difference at the moment.
Closed up a lot for some reason.
And I guess that the Porsche, well, they only can take in 95 liters, while the Mercedes can do 100, but of course the Porsche is about 130 k's lighter, so therefore will probably consume slightly less. So there's not much difference. Yeah, but there is difference. There's 1 or 2 laps difference. We'll see after the pit stop, after the Porsche pit stop of the HB Racing team, what the difference is. And then I reckon that they still both need 1 stop and will just make it to the end. But let's hope they have their calculations right.
Yeah, they can of course go into fuel conservation mode if they have to, just to get to the finish, but if you're in a tight battle, then you're not really thinking about that. But we know that Dan Shufflebottom, who runs Ram Racing, we know he's a superb technician, strategy guy. They won the ELMS in 2013. They did that by very clever strategies, and Dan will already be working out the figures, number crunching, as we say.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and for them it's probably easier to get their fuel consumption down with 1 or 2 laps up. The Porsche, that's not an option. They have to go all out, I guess, unless, of course, something happens with a Mercedes car. But as Armand just said, these cars are bulletproof. Although I must say that with ABS problems, with no, that was the Porsche with the power steering. No, the other Mercedes, the same Mercedes also had power steering problems. So, well, they probably 6 of the Mercedeses were proven bulletproof during the race so far.
Yeah, so the Altran car, the 115 car, 208 car as well. There we are, Guillaume Roman's team, the Antral team. That car carrying one of our cameras. Steve Palette on board that car at the moment. Maybe we'll go to the camera.
Leader in the A3 T category.
Yeah, they've had a super race. And look, just been passed by one of the BMWs and retakes him. That Peugeot's so quick in these corners, the 208 GTI, and that's nice to see that, isn't it? And pulling away already.
It's pretty good anyway to be in 15th place overall against such a field of
in a Peugeot 208. I mean, how good is that? Hey, Ron, we could buy one. We could go down the road, buy one in Marseille. We can buy one from the Haar company and race it, put numbers on.
Why don't we extend this race to 48 hours and join in?
But the refueling pit stop, you have to go back to Marseille. So that's where we lose time.
Bring it back, say, I don't like the car. There's no fuel in it anymore. Yeah.
Oh, dear. So the race gradually unwinding. We've just gone past the 2-hour mark, 1 hour and 56 to go. There's the Porsche Lorient entry, the 63 car. Gio Biasco been having a good run in that, but they're not quite on the podium at the moment for the 997 Cup class. And this car, very much a local French entry car that runs in those colours in the French GT Championship. Here's the 51 car. That is the MSG Motorsport Porsche.
Yeah,
that's the one that Britain's Adrian Watt is on board with. Fabian Engel of Germany, Stephen Bornes of Austria, Jose Luis Talaman of Argentina, one of our few South American drivers here this weekend, and fellow Austrian Luca Rettenbacher.
And Adrian is behind the wheel at the moment, so trying to keep it on the black stuff.
Yeah,
which is not easy here.
But he's an experienced Porsche driver as well, and a safe pair of hands, as we say. Coming down through the Mirage on the Mistral.
Beautiful, the haze. Looks fantastic, doesn't it?
All the right French names, the Mistral, the Mirage. Look, a lot of front-end damage to that car. Luckily that damage is not to the corners, which is where the radiators are, but it seems to be more front-on.
I've seen an awful lot of fronts off these Porsches to check radiators or even repair them.
Yep. It's always been a problem in Cup cars, isn't it? Porsche has solved it in the WEC now and at Le Mans by having central radiator on the factory Manti Porsches, so they don't have that problem anymore, but Cup cars still do.
101 on board with Tony Buehler, and I wasn't in the pit lane then, but I could hear you every now and then. It was his day off, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Tony Buehler's day off.
Big day off, yeah.
Yeah, great.
And then Bert the Rill, Bert de Huis.
Yeah, the Huis, yeah. I'm not sure if he's aware of that. It's a bit of an old-fashioned name to say the Rill, but it could be, yeah.
Old Dutch, maybe it's...
Old Dutch, yeah.
Yeah, the Old Dutch that you find still spoken in South Africa, of course.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. The Boers took that with them and never gave it back to us.
Afrikaners,
yeah.
That's very interesting. I spent time with Bert Davis, our TV colleague, and he explained all these stories to me when we were racing in South Africa and at Kyalami.
Oh, you did?
How difficult he found sometimes the Afrikaners, because there were old words from the Old Dutch that he'd never heard before, and really interesting.
It's not really Dutch. I mean, we can understand the Belgians for sure, and they can understand us. That's very similar. But no, South Africa is completely different. But yeah, it still has many Dutch words.
So this is an Austrian driver on board the car at the moment. as we say.
Isn't it Swiss? Tony
It's
Bühler?
Swiss. It's Tony.
Yeah, it's not Klaus.
No, it's Klaus at the moment.
Is it Klaus?
Yeah, in that helmet.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
Klaus Kresnik. Yeah, we had this discussion earlier.
Yeah, that's right.
We thought Tony Bühler had a Swiss on his helmet, but it's not. Mate, now the story here, of course, it is Klaus Kresnik on board. Maybe he's had to borrow a helmet from Tony.
Yeah, they use one helmet together. That'll be smelly towards the end of the race. Most of the teams have got these beautiful fans, these but large table-size fans, and they actually put them on their back so that the wind faces upward and they put the helmet on. But if the helmet goes from hand to hand, you have no time to do that.
So the number 10 Mercedes, Ronald Egerman, trying to make up lost time, and he's mixed up with all the 997 battle that's going on here. His car, Porsches all around him. Jean-François Demorgue on board at the moment. Peter Lumhaus in the 92 car, and Peter came here this weekend as overall leader of the championship in the Mark Focus V8, but the big problem is they split him and Keith Kasulka up.
Yep.
They were joint championship leaders, and they're now in different cars, so only one of them is going to get maximum points in that class.
Yeah, which one is it going to be?
At the moment, it's Peter, I think, because he's the one who's... Yeah. And there is what we've been referring to this as the barcode Renault.
Oh yeah. It looks so funny from this distance.
Some very wacky colour schemes, aren't there? The 110 car then in the hands of Emmanuel Raffin. He's the car owner. There's 5 French drivers on board, all French Clio Cup racers, having a great race here this weekend. Back to the 60 car then, Carlos Rivas. That car running 7th at the moment in the 997 Cup class. Just to remind you, 8 classes in this race. It's not all about the overall winner, it's about who wins each class, and the class battles have been absolutely enthralling. They've kept us on the edge of our seats all night long, all yesterday afternoon, and again this morning. Some of the classes we cannot yet call.
No, that's right. There's still pretty good battles going on, although you don't always see them, and with fairly small classes with 4, 5, 6, 7 cars, it could be, as a driver, that you're on a stint, you're out there for, well, up to 2 hours in a Clio, and for 2 hours you don't ever see one car within the same class.
Great news there. We're just seeing the Honda returning to the fray now. That car, that's the Honda Civic run by Alan James. He's the chief entrant, and Martin Byford, Daniel Wheeler and Simon Dieter. It's been in the garage for a long time. You were talking to them earlier. So Lucas, if you're down there, if you can get yourself along to the Honda garage, the 76 car, they had I think a drive shaft problem, and see what they've managed to do. The car has just rejoined the race. Lost a lot of time, of course. Dropped down to 46th. And in fact, it's the last of the cars still running. Simon Deaton is on board that car. Here's the number 4 car, the one that Peter Cox was driving when it was involved in the first lap incident with Ewan Blokemolen. And that car has got itself back up to 4th. Matteo Malicelli on board at the moment, and he is a very, very quick Italian.
I'm very impressed by him. I expected Cox to be the quickest driver on that car, but I think Malicelli is at the moment. And he's a bit younger than Peter, I reckon, but he's doing really, really well.
Yeah, Malicelli, just 30 years old, as you say, came 3rd in the International Open GT Series. He finished 2nd at Le Mans twice in GT2. That was back in 2008, 2009, and then did the GT Masters Championship in 2010. So we haven't seen a huge lot of him lately, but here he is suddenly coming back into it and having a great race.
Yeah, and I guess Peter is in his late 40s now. Oh, he's 48, 49?
51, I have.
He's 51?
Yeah.
Okay.
The man from Eindhoven.
He's still fit.
Yeah.
Fit and very determined.
Yeah, but the man, as we said last night, we forever think of BMW and Lamborghini, but ended the relationship with Hans Reiter and the Lamborghini team this year, and here he's picked up a nice drive with Scuderia Prague, and of course they will be going to their own race, won't they, Renault, as we get to the last race of the season. So
absolutely. Yeah, there have always been quite a few teams from Eastern Europe in the Creventic races. starting in Dubai, for instance, the AC Bratislava team of Konopka. They've been there from the very first race on, and it was one of the reasons, really, I think, why Creventic went to Hungary first after the Dubai race proved to be a success.
Yeah, Bratislava, of course, a great football team as well. So,
yeah.
And I've raced at Brno. Well, I've been to many races at Brno, even going back to Group C days. And
it's a nice track, isn't it?
Great track. I remember the new old Brno, the old new Brno, as it were, not the road track, which the European touring cars used to race on. Tom Walkinshaw used to win there in the Jaguars on this road circuit, a little bit like Le Mans. But when they built the new circuit, we were there for Group C in 1988. And then they've changed it again since then, but not too much. But it is a lovely track in the woods. It reminds everybody of Spa.
Yeah, great. Yeah, it's fairly.
And these cars should be good here, because you launch yourself off the mountains in places, don't you?
Oh,
Wow.
great.
Yeah.
And then in the middle of night, hardly seeing anything, knowing where the corner is, but that's about it.
Yeah, but of course the best thing is the Budweiser, the real Budweiser when you go there.
Yeah, do they have that there?
Oh, the real one, not the American one.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The original.
The original, yeah.
Okay.
Budvar.
That's the few hundred years old recipe, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, part of the family went to America, and they set up Budweiser in America, which eventually became a really bland American beer. But the original family still stayed there brewing their own beer, and then Budweiser in America tried to sue them for using their name, and they lost. Problem here, just in front of us, on the wrong side of the pit wall.
It's
It's a something 9 car.
59.
59, is it?
Yeah. Is it? No. No,
Or
it's not.
79? Could be
it's the
79.
Bonk Motorsports.
Yeah, it's the Bonk car.
235, that's it.
Yeah, with Terry Chongdal on board. He's got it going again. That's a tricky place to stop.
We're in 26th position, second in the Cup.
Yeah, what was that
they've
about?
got something to prove, but they're quite a few laps behind, though.
He must have lost power as it came out of the final turn and then just rolled to a halt.
Yeah.
Has rebooted it, I guess. You can do this with cars now. You just reboot the whole system. And he's running fast again.
Yeah, he was in. Well, last lap was in 3:22. He's done 1 hour 17 on his stint. I'm not really sure how long these 235i's can do on a fuel tank. I would expect something like an hour and a half. So it's probably not he's probably not down low on fuel. I doubt that. Although I must say that during this event there were several teams having trouble correctly reading the fuel level still on board. Whether it was the lower teams, well, you shouldn't call them lower teams, but in the lower classes, or the top teams in Mercedes, like...
Yeah, and the Honda was one of the cars, wasn't it, that had a fuel readout problem?
As well,
Yeah.
but there have been Clios,
I
Seat, Mercedes, all with problems.
And somebody ran out in the first hour of the race, or in the first stint of the race, didn't they? I just try to remember who that was.
There was a Mercedes being pushed in. Was it the 33?
33 car, yeah.
I think it...
Good memory, well done.
No, or was it the 33 with... No, the 33 had to wait at the fuel because they had to reset it.
But then
it was a problem.
But then later, it then ran out of fuel again,
Same
didn't
car.
it? And had to,
All right.
And the guy managed to get it, they pushed it into the fueling the second time. So Lucas is waiting for us downstairs. Lucas, who have you got for us?
Thanks to you. This is actually a very strange picture for a 24-hour endurance race. This was the former pit garage of the number 33 SPS Performance Mercedes SLS. And just there, on the other side of the garage, it was the Aston Martin of the Speedworks team. And both of the cars are already back at the trailers in the paddock, so this is definitely very strange. There is one additional info regarding the number 76 Honda. They are quite optimistic, at least, that they have every problem solved. They are not really sure yet, because they are still waiting for a message of the driver, but at least they definitely want to reach the finish line in the end. That is their big goal. So I think we can trust in them that they keep on working until the race is over.
Oh, that's such a sad picture to see there, Lucas.
To see me.
And can you tell the team not to forget to give the keys back?
No worries, I'll tell them.
Thank you, Lucas. Oh, that's terrible, Ron. That really makes me sad seeing.
It looks so strange, doesn't it? It looks also very big, this pit box. It looks huge.
Yeah.
With just
when you
Lucas
have
in
when you
there.
have 4 cars in one of those, they don't look so big, eh?
No, definitely not. Although there's a lot of space in the back, I keep forgetting that behind the partly glass wall at the back, there's still space which is almost as big as the front of the garage, and there mostly is team management and drivers, if they're not on the pit wall, of course, in the tent with all the monitors, keeping in touch with the drivers in the race.
So, 545 laps completed. No, we have nothing to compare it with, of course. They've not raced here before in a 24-hour race, so we don't know how. We have no comparison. This will be setting, of course, the mark for future races here, and I'm sure that Creventic and Paul Ricard Circuit are already in discussion about coming back next year. What would be nice, maybe next year, such popular racing. This is a spectator-free weekend, this one. They have a lot of people here.
That's right.
Attached to the teams coming to see the racing. But if they could open to the public and the big publicity and the success of this year's race, it'd be great to see these grandstands full of fans.
Yeah, spectator free is not free for spectators. It's it's no spectators. Thank you very much.
It's a big attraction because just 25 kilometers down the mountain from here, you're at Bandol on the start of the French Riviera, all the way along to Nice. So bring your family here, leave them on the beach. You come and enjoy fantastic racing here at Circuit Paul Ricard.
Actually, late last night, there were a few groups of young men really dressed up smartly, who'd probably just been to a club or somewhere near, hadn't been drinking, they were behaving perfectly.
One of them said he had a broken rib.
Oh yeah, he had been drinking, though. This is probably the only event that he hadn't been drinking, Paul.
Paul's just in the back of the cabin at the moment, just having a quiet drink. Paul, we actually had a quick word with Adam, and we said, you obviously know about it, then we said, now you've stopped driving, you can start practicing drinking. And, I won't tell you the response. So Adam earlier tweeting a picture of him practicing his drinking. Still rubbish, wasn't it? So Thomas Jaeger leads then overall from Ricard Mindo. They put Nick in the car now, and he is going to be super quick in that number 7 Porsche. We've heard it's got a lot of tyre wear at the back, but the gap is 1 lap between them. Jeroen Bleekemolen in 3rd place, and I guess those 3 drivers will probably be kept into the end now, although Adam did tell us there may be a driver change and let someone else other than Thomas Jaeger finish. Maybe Paul White will go to the finish, but they have got 3 of the quickest drivers on the planet in those 3 cars at the moment: Jaeger, Armindo and Bleekemolen.
Yeah, and Malucelli in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. So
okay, 4 of the quickest drivers on the planet.
That's right. Yeah.
Malucelli.
They're really doing
You've been
well.
talking Malucelli up. He's of course one of the Ferrari, not juniors so much, but he's a Ferrari contracted driver like Jimmy Bruni and like Tony Viander, and they have this school of drivers they like to keep in reserve, and they themselves then mentor other young drivers coming up through the Ferrari ranks. They go to Fiorano and they test, and they develop the cars. And in fact, it's Bruni and Villander who've been helping to develop the new Ferrari 488, which is the turbocharged car, which is replacing the 458 next year in WEC.
Yeah, that would be great to see that car around. Look at the back of that GC automobile BMW-powered silhouette car. That's what I said. I'm not sure whether they had a fire, but I think they might have had.
Yeah.
Because the rear. Well, that's not called bonnet at the back, but it's the engine cover at least.
We'll call it the engine hood, shall we? That's
engine hood.
Yeah.
Okay. Even at the back.
Very American.
Oh yeah. It's American, of course. Yeah.
We've got a code 60. Why
code
is
60.
this?
Let me see that. Ivan.
Who's gone
kept
off?
track of the number of code 60s. Probably number 8, 9, 10.
Jean-Francois Demorge in the number 62 car's not come round. That's one of the Porsche Cup cars. That's the French one, which they're sharing with Benjamin Roy who's the French GT driver. So that car at the moment running in 8th place overall and 3rd in the 997 category does not appear to have completed its 3rd sector. So what's happened there? Is that the car that's gone off somewhere? Demarge?
62.
Car 62.
Looking for that somewhere in the picture.
So code 60, if you're just joining us, means that you are restricted to 60 kilometers an hour. It's the Delta time and it's on your dashboard. You don't exceed that time. And again, Nico Armindo, we saw him doing this earlier, opening the driver's door just to get some cooling. And Paul and I were wondering, could you get penalized for that? But
yeah.
I think as long as you keep your seatbelts on, probably not. Creventic are very relaxed about things like this. This guy is a very safe, experienced driver.
Yeah, he's not bothering anybody. He can't be passed. He's not allowed to be passed, so nobody's going to hit that door if they come past. So that's no problem at all.
We're not getting any information at the moment about why there's a code 60, but as we have said on our timing screens, Jean-François Demarge, 3rd in the 997 Cup class. They have put a query against his name, the only one, because he hasn't appeared after Sector 2 coming down the Mistral. Look at all the rubber here. My goodness. When they go
the Lorient
yeah,
Racing
the Lorient
One
car, that one of the French GT and French Carrera Cup runners. But look at all the rubber on the track now, Ron. I guess when they get the sweepers out tomorrow, they could have their entire factory here, couldn't they? Melt it all down and make their own tyres.
Yeah, I'm not sure Michelin's not near here with any factory. So
no, they're Clermont-Ferrand.
Yeah,
they?
that's right. So
Yeah.
they can't use that. Well, they wouldn't want to use Hankook rubber, would they?
And we've got the safety car out again. They did this yesterday.
Yeah.
Car 62 has stopped at the entry to turn 10. We're hearing that says you're going to Signa. Hope it's just stopped rather than crashed, but the safety car has joined the code 60. Now this happened last night. That was interesting. The code 60 normally means that you'd run without the safety cars, but the safety car, I guess, just joins in, and he also goes round under code 60 just to see what is happening there.
Yeah, it's double the information. Is this the Honda 2? No, it's probably not.
I'm not sure who it is. So the safety car's actually stopped in the track. There's some rubbish there. They're picking up bits of car, but we're not actually seeing any more than that. Now, okay, they're being waved by, and there is debris on the track.
On the right-hand side. But if he went off there, he went a long way. Or is he on the left hand? So left hand on the screen, but then the right side.
Unfortunately, this is one of the fixed cameras, so they can't actually adjust it to look.
All right.
And so there we are, just warning everybody. I don't know about standing in the middle of the track waving the flag. Even then it can be dangerous at 60 kilometers an hour.
Motor racing can be dangerous.
The marshal's
He's probably aware of that.
Marshal here just getting rid of his lunch. And,
where will it go?
That's probably why they put the code 60 out, so the marshals could have their quick lunch. They've been delivered. I have to say the circuit catering here is absolutely first class. And again, full congratulations to Paul Ricard. They do run a world-class circuit. And I've been to all the Formula One tracks in my career, I've been to all the sports car tracks, but this is way above everything else.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I've not been to all the tracks that you've been to, but I must admit, I'm very, very impressed. This Code 60 is great for the organizers, it's good for the teams, it's good for the drivers, because you don't want red flags and you don't want to get back into the pits, although these guys make good use of the Code 60 to get into the refueling area. 59, Red Camel Jordan.
He's already being refueled, so that's why the other car went leapfrogging them. But this is why do you come in then? Surely the one thing you know under a Code 60 is everybody's going to go for fuel, and that's going to cost you time.
Yeah, what's probably wise in those situations, I've had the same in my my endurance races, is that when you're near the pit lane in a situation like that, you go in. But if you're halfway the track and there's 20 cars in front of you that might have gone into the refueling area, just forget about it. Usually Code 60 takes at least 2 very slow laps, total of almost 12 minutes here. So then on the next lap, you'll probably have time to do it and still get away with it, still gain time on the cars that are still there on the track. The number 10, the number 10 Hofer Cooper Racing, I think it is.
Frederick Ansel, having bought that car in.
Oh, it's a CC car collection
Oh,
car.
yeah, it is, yeah.
It's the other one.
Yep.
For the drivers, the Code 60 is, of course, it's a bit boring. What's a very important thing is that you're still looking out for the end of the Code 60. You might get a sign from your pit crew, and you might see green flags, but these green flags can be far away sometimes.
The order is until you pass a green, not just see it, but until you pass the green, you cannot start racing again. So
Okay, then that's different from the DNRT endurance races that I've been in. There, the rule was wherever you saw a green flag, you floor it. Whether it's behind you, in front of you, next to you, doesn't matter. When you see one, floor it, because sometimes not all the posts wave the flags at the same time.
It's Creventic and the Dubai Autodrome which invented this Code 60. It's been brilliant. It's now being adopted by everybody. Code 80 at Le Mans, because the circuit is bigger and wider and faster. But the great thing, as you say, is nobody loses position. And if you've got an advantage, you keep that advantage. And that is a very, very clever way. And we should have done this years ago. I mean, the American system, absolutely crazy, wasn't it? Where you have this wave by, and you can spend 5 laps just trying to sort out a wave by. Oh, number 7 car has stopped.
Ooh, Lucas, come in, please.
What's happening there?
Yes, I just wanted to tell you exactly that, because the car is just
on the
standing
racetrack
in front of us. I think the pit lane camera will now move to the number 7 Herbert Porsche, which obviously is just standing still on the middle of the straight.
Yeah, we can see that. Thank you, Lucas. Yeah, that's incredible. He was running around under Code 60. What's happened? Don't say he's run out of fuel. They decided to try and get another lap out of it,
if that's,
rather than join the queue.
I'm not sure if that's the sound from his car. Probably not.
It's Nico.
That's a car running.
Can you hear swearing in French? Nico Armindo. Oh, this is a big disaster for them.
Oh no!
The car that won in Mugello, and the car that's been battling throughout the 24 hours with the Ram Racing team. So Dan Shufflebottom would be feeling very, very sorry for this guy. Yeah? Whoa, dear, that's going to cause more problems. It's going to extend the Code 60.
It's sad news for the French viewers and listeners on our live stream, because this was the highest placed Frenchman, of course, in second position.
The good thing for them, though, they still have 11 laps over the third place car, Jeroen Bleekemolen. So if they can get it running again, the chances are it'll stay in second, but it won't be in a position to challenge for the win.
Oh my God. Push. Yeah.
Poussez,
so
poussez.
He did stall.
Yeah, he's not saying I want a cat. He's saying poussez, poussez.
Yeah.
We've had dogs in the pit lane.
Yeah. But no pussies.
No pussies.
Yeah.
So what's the problem? The cars, they can move the car, so maybe it's not a transmission problem. Has he just lost all the electrics? If in doubt, just send out a quad.
I think it's in neutral.
Yeah, we can sort of see the car moving.
But it's, the engine's not running.
That's one of the Creventic technical guys there in the orange T-shirt.
Yeah. Yeah,
they bring their own tech guys, scrutineers.
Now, I'm not sure from that position. Is it in the middle? There's an. No. Okay.
Go. Losing time.
I wonder if that quad is.
It's up. It's
okay. Is it powerful enough?
Yeah,
it is. Good.
Well done.
Good.
So,
the Porsche is only 1,250 kilos.
For 1 minute, you can imagine the quad would do a backflip.
That would make a great YouTube film.
The problem is, he's going to have to take him to the pit exit, and
that's right. And then
the team are going to have to pull the car back, I guess. So there you go.
I hope they will allow that.
Well, everything, they seem to allow everything in this series, don't they?
Well, a bit more than usual. Yeah, it's there goes our man in the middle of the screen with the blue shirt, Lucas.
Yeah,
he's,
go for it, Lucas.
Checking it out.
Can't quite see the car yet. Could be coming past us in a minute. They put us down the very end of the paddock. We're in paddock 2. We're not important enough for paddock 1. So the 60 code will stay out for a short while longer while they sort this out. And of course, for the Herbert team, they can't take it in, can't leave it out long enough, can they? Wow, what a turn-up. Here we are at the 1 hour and a half to go, and the second place car challenging for the lead. And we've been trying to talk up Paul about the fuel strategies. Would they have a splash and dash at the end? Well, that's gone now, of course, so they can just one more stop after this. We'll do it.
Yeah.
It's a long way down that hill, isn't it? He's just coming past us now.
He might overtake the quad if it's downhill.
He's gone past us, yeah, and he's now in the pit.
Yeah, pit entrance.
Pit entrance.
Or pit exit.
Yeah, so they'll pull that car back. But the question is it something they can fix? He was running under code 60.
Wheels look good.
Maybe the electronics didn't like it.
Yeah. He's on the limiter, the 0 limiter.
So Paul's here, ready to do another little shift, I think, in a while.
Reminds me of the story of, I think it was Clio cars that a Dutch outfit called Verschuur Racing ran. They entered these cars in endurance series, and after about 2 hours they would always stop. But as they were originally Clio Cup cars, they were never meant to do more than an hour of racing. And the electronics in the factory where they were built in France by Renault Sport had something in there electronically that after 2 hours they stopped anyway. And it kept on returning.
And they never discovered this, huh?
Well, it took a while.
And probably it was just something as simple as just remapping it to...
It was. I think they could do it online from France. From, I think it was Magny-Cours.
Viry-le-Châtillon. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So here's a moment of glory for the marshals. They get to hold the 60 flag.
Code 60 flag even was in operation before the very first Dubai in 2006, because the DNRT, who does the race bit here, they started somewhere in '97 with their first club race series, and I think already after a year or two they invented this. So it'd been working for the DNRT, especially in endurance racing, that they started in '99 or 2000 with the Seat Ibiza Cup, which was hugely popular with about 60 cars.
Remember
60 diesels
another
starting.
great Dutch invention.
It was fantastic. Yeah, the diesel racing, sort of, at least first that tried it out massively. And we used to have those 60 diesels starting. Standing start, we got green code again, no code 60 anymore. So racing resumed around about 2 full laps behind the code 60. So many of the teams could do their refueling during that code 60.
Yeah. So Lucas, I hope you're down near the number 7 garage now, and you can perhaps find out what's going on at Ruffier Racing.
There it goes.
Oh, it's going.
It runs.
They got it going.
It's running again.
Right.
So then, yes, it was a matter of
perhaps a reboot. They pushed it.
They pushed it. Okay, so they started it.
So maybe he was running so slow. Oh, we got another one stopped, and this is the
the Honda,
the Altran.
Oh no, the
Altran car, the 208 car, one of our camera cars.
Ooh, that was the lead car in the A3T.
Yeah, this is
category.
This is the Peugeot, which at this moment the 208 cars, you say, leading with Guillaume Roman on board. This is the quickest of the car's drivers. In fact, he owns the team as well.
Now, isn't this incredible?
No, same car.
No,
just
the same car. Yeah,
black from the front, red from the back.
All right.
Well, as all the excitement's going on, Paul, it's time for you to come back over. And I don't know if you want to swap sides, but I'm going to take a short break, have something to eat, and I will be back. Yeah, I'm just taking a very short break for half an hour. I'll be back at 1:30, and we'll be rejoining Motors at 2 o'clock. So, Ron, are you still with us? Are you doing this together? Yeah, you two are on together. Yeah, good.
Excellent. So, a lot of action going on there while I was just sat in the background. The 30 car still leading with Thomas Jaeger on board.
You're looking great still, Paul. 5:30 get up this morning and you never look better.
It was a 4:30 get up. I'm not feeling that great, if I'm honest.
I don't know what you look like when you get home to Liverpool tonight, but...
I've just nearly been beaten up by Phil Quaif's team. They've just been giving me a bit of an ear bashing. But yeah, action is go. And Nicolas Armendo must be kicking himself with the problems in that number 7 that we see on screen now. Thank you, Ron. Give me a bottle of water. So Ron's going to join me. We just swapped over. He's going to take the place now of Mark Cole. And we're going to double team this show.
And Mark is finally getting some rest and some chance to get some food in. He had a very late breakfast this morning. but isn't that surprising? With just 1.5 hours to go, the second overall and the first in the A3T class suddenly standing still on the track. And then you almost start thinking that Code 60 are not good for electronics. But
it does put a lot of heat soak through the cars. I know from being sat in a car in the 24-hour Dubai, and I'm sure you'll tell me the same, Ron, that it does get hot, doesn't it? And it can melt the bottom of your feet.
Oh yeah, it's terrible there. It's compared to Dubai now. It's fair. Dubai, luckily, is run at the beginning of January. If you're in Dubai somewhere in July, August, it's between 45 and 50 degrees Celsius. And that's really scorching. It's much hotter than your own body temperature, so you can hardly take it as a human being. You must be a camel, either red or not.
I've never been described as a camel, Ron.
No, but you haven't been there in the middle of summer, have you?
No.
Well, maybe you have. Have you been in the middle of summer in Dubai?
Do you know what? I don't think I have, but I know it's too hot in this at Paul Ricard. It's mid-30s, isn't it? And talking about camels, the Red Camel Racing 159 machine is still going. Ron, and what do you make of this car, mate?
Oh, it's great. It's a nice team anyway. Great atmosphere, and it's also nice that they try out all these different cars. They had the old Seat Leon. They had the Audi R8, and now they've got the Mazda badged Mark V8 car and the Seat Leon Super Copa here with the number 63 car, French Porsche. We're currently running 25th. No, sorry, 63. That's fourth in the 997 Cup class. Porsche trying to get on the podium, no doubt.
So, have they got that 208 A3T class leader up and running again? Because the last sector, that car is showing as, well, it's only got to sector 1, which is just before the turn into chicane node, so it must still be off track.
Well, it says sector 2 completed on our screen. So then it appears to, it had stopped the car right away at the beginning of the Code 60, I think. It's been out there for 11.5 minutes. It was in sector, it's now in sector 3 at least. So when he was on the track doing nothing, no, he's driving. He's in sector 1 now. He might have just passed us.
Nah, I think that's stopped.
Yeah, I think so, because this sector on this screen here, Paul, it did change just now from 2 to 3.
So it is saying on the live timing screen that it is in sector 2.
Okay,
that's right. Yeah. On my computer here, it's saying that the car hasn't got a time for sector 2. It's just, there you go. Sector 2's just come up now, so I'm a touch behind. So that car's going again. That's a good thing. And the 75 car as well is the only 5 class car that's circulating around Paul Ricard, and that car is still P1 in A5. So Fabrice Ricard,
Yeah.
doing a good job.
And we had an interview earlier with Cor Euser. They're in that class with their BMW. It had pickup problems already yesterday, fuel pickup problems. It's been having that today as well. But they still want to bring the car to the finish. It's in the box now, not running, but they will want to let it run probably the last 10 or 15 or 20 minutes to just have it finish just for fun, but they're not running it now because it's causing them a few headaches.
Yeah, and I was just having a quiet word with a friend of mine, Jules Westwood, and he runs the car that Phil Quaife driving at the minute, that's third in the A3T class, so he was telling me a few things. Phil Quaife is into the end now, but apparently Lucas is in the pit lane for us.
Yes, thanks to you, there is double action right at the moment for the French Porsche Lorient Racing team, because both of the cars are in the pit lane. One of them is the 63 car, which is apparently a normal stop, but on the other side we can see the 62 car that has been brought back into the pit garage. The team is just guessing that it might be a gearbox problem, but at least they still have to check, so they aren't sure yet, which keeps it very exciting for the team that used to be in third place in the 997 Porsche Cup class. But of course it will be extremely difficult to keep up that result. Back to you guys.
Now that means that the sister car, the number 63, will be leapfrogging the 62. So the result for the team will be...
both cars are in the pits, the 62 and the 63.
Yeah, but one, I think Lucas said that the one was an ordinary pit stop, a regular pit stop.
Okay, so the one that went past me sounded, that when they said gearbox, it sounded absolutely horrendous.
All right.
So that must have been, as you say, the one that was in the
inside,
actual garage,
in the box, I think.
So
and the other one is outside, and if that's the one outside the 63, and that'll be running, then they'll be leapfrogging the teammates, and yeah, the 63. No, the 63 is dropping down, of course, and it's another car, another Porsche, the 77, has gone a place up. And will be going another place up. So yes, they could be losing places to other teams.
So not great news for the Porsche Laurent Racing 1 car or the Porsche Laurent Racing 2 car. I think that both of them are going to drop off the podium after looking pretty secure. At least one of them getting a position there on the podium. But car 30, Thomas Jaeger, he's been out there for 47, coming up to 48 minutes as he comes over the brow. And he's had a good old time of it up to now. Thomas Jaeger, 3 laps ahead of Nicolas Omindo, who in that number 7 997 GT3R had a right old disaster. He stopped on pole position, didn't he, on the pit straight just about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, now Thomas Jaeger doesn't have to worry about fuel consumption anymore, because there was some doubt at both the teams whether they could make it, and maybe needed a splash and dash towards the end. Now splash and dash doesn't work here like in other places, because you have to go to the refueling area, and that takes a bit longer time. So you don't hope for splash and dash, but with the code 60, then they'll be okay as far as fuel consumption is concerned. So now it's a sprint race all the way to the end, but with the Thomas Jaeger Ram Racing Mercedes 2 laps in front of the Omindo Porsche.
I think what you'll find as well, Ron, is that this number 30 car, the Ram Racing machine that's driven by Thomas Jaeger at the minute, he'll probably stop in the next probably 20 minutes or so, maybe even 25. He'll probably go as long as he can, and then you'll probably see Paul White jumping in that car, the gentleman driver out of the 4, and it'll be nice to see Paul White cross the finish line and win this race. And that's just me putting it out there. I don't know whether it might be one of the other guys jumping in, but I'm going to say Paul White is going to try and finish this race for them and bring it across the line for a well-earned win. So fingers crossed for that team.
Yeah, I think normally towards the end of the race, many teams would put one of their best drivers in to not risk anything. But okay, with 2 laps in hand, that's not a big risk, I guess.
Yeah, if it was
he's
a
a
bit
safe
closer.
driver, isn't he?
Yeah, Paul's a very safe driver. Paul's a very good driver. He's not the fastest out of the 4, obviously, but I would say because he's not that far off Jaeger and Onslow Cole and Christodoulou's pace, I think you will see Paul White jump in there. But we'll see how that goes. And on the other hand, we've got Nicolas Armindo trying to chase them down 2 laps behind. I can't believe they've got going again. He must be kicking himself. I mean, but at least they're still back in the fight. But your own Bleecker Molen.
Yeah, but that having taken place during Code 60 has not even lost him a lap, I think.
Amazing, isn't it?
So
amazing. So it's still there, isn't it? Really, if something happens, you've got to be in the background waiting for it to happen.
Yeah.
As you see there, Bleecker Molen's car flying by. But back on board with the 101. There's Bleecker Molen driving that number 2 SLS out onto the turns 4, 5, 6, 7, and then a bit of oversteer there from Tony Bueller's day off.
It's Tony again.
Tony!
Thanks, it's great to have had the camera in this car. There are all sorts of things to talk about Tony Bueller's day off, and we had Bert de Heus, the one-handed bandit, and
That's what you didn't call him that on Live Motors TV before. You called him something else.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't call him that. It was his team manager who called him that. His team boss called him a lazy bastard.
My mum texted in. She said, "I want to meet this Ron. I don't like his language."
Oh, yeah. Just tell her it's double Dutch, and I don't understand myself.
Double Dutch. Love it, Ron. Love it, mate. But these guys in the 101, the Red Camel team, we've got some chatter in our ears. So, Ron, do you want to see who we got?
Yeah, Lucas. No, I think he's talking to somebody now. Maybe he'll interview one of the guys in the pit lane. But we'll wait for that, for him to give us a cue on who's he got and when he wants to start.
Yeah, I'm just hearing in the background, just turn up my fader in my ear. I can hear Lucas is talking to one of the teams, and they're on about brakes, so it'll be an interesting interview we've got coming for you guys. I'm not sure who it is, but it's about brakes by the sound of it. But we'll let Lucas get the story for us, and then he'll give us a shout. But as I say, Tony Bueller with his John Lacey style hand grip on the steering wheel, turning himself through the left-hander at turn 14 and now into Virage du Pont, the last corner, as he blasts past now our comms box, and he's sitting pretty. Here's Tony Bueller in the 101. It's been a decent old stint. They're only 5th in the A3T class, but you just want to finish these races, and that is a bonus if you get on the if you actually get on the podium. It's a bonus. Just looking at Tony Bueller's left foot, he's left foot braking in this car. Obviously he doesn't need to use the clutch with the paddle shift on the car, but he's actually pumping the brakes up, so he's having a bit of pad knockoff by the looks of it, and trying to get the pads up. But talking about brakes, we might have some news from Lucas down in the pit lane.
Yes, Yari Cyrus is next to me. He is the team manager of the Eltron Peugeot team. We just saw the 208 car being slowly out there on track, and I think you can tell us what happened there.
Yes, very easily when we stopped, then we had the cut 60. The brakes were too hot, so we had the fadding. So fadding is when the brake liquid is boiling, so you lose the brakes. So the driver lost the brakes, and then so he had to jump in the pedal, take the pedal back, and then drive a bit without brakes to cool the system and find the brakes back. So now it's okay.
So do you think the problem might come up again in the end of the race, or should it be fine now?
No, because now that we experienced this, if cut 60 happens again, we will ask him to cool the brakes before cooling down.
And we can tell you the whole commentators crew is definitely a big fan of your car. It's amazing. We saw sometimes that the car was able to pass the Maserati Trofeo car. How is that possible?
Yeah, it's a very quick car. It's like a WRC, but with only 2 front-wheel drives. There are only 3 prototypes of this car made by Peugeot Sport. It's like a WRC car, but with only 2 wheels. So 2-wheel drives. So it's less than 1 ton, a bit more than 300 horsepower. Good drivers, very good gearbox, very good handling, and okay, here it's a bit difficult because lots of straight lines. but when it's curbs and like in Zandvoort, for instance, or when it's raining, we're very quick.
Okay, many thanks, Irie. All the best for the rest of the race and hope to see you later. Thank you. And I think we can just move on to another pit box, because next to the Altran Peugeot team, there is the pit box of the number 6 Gravity Racing Mercedes. And as you can see here, this car also stopped a couple of minutes ago and might be out of the race because there is no one next to the car doing any repair work there. So obviously major problems for another of the Mercedes SLS cars. So with this information, it's back to you guys.
Thank you, Lucas. Another fantastic interview from one of our 2 pit lane reporters there, with Ron joining me in the comms box. But Ron, didn't see that Genie car pulling in, that number 6 SLS. I wonder what's happened to that. We'll get a bit of news on it later. But Gerard Lopez Foyeka having a bit of a nightmare in that car, obviously.
Lucas had an interview with Adam Christodoulou, his name is, I think, and he talked about the Mercedes as being rather bulletproof. Now, okay, they were all running so far, but still quite a bit of trouble. The Hofer Cooper Racing had ABS failure last night, a power steering failure on another car, and now a problem at Gravity Racing International. But then again, there are so many Mercedes that there is always 1 or 2 bound to hit trouble.
Yeah, for sure. It's they can be bulletproof, but then, as we've said about the Porsches being fantastic, we see it stop out on track and then it get going again. So it is an interesting one. But as you see, the Red Camel Racing 159 car from the Netherlands. Ron, as I say, you must be proud of some of the motorsport that your country produces.
Yeah, Netherlands was never like England or France or Germany as far as motorsport was concerned. That changed a bit in the early 90s with Jos Verstappen being suddenly a very quick driver, and it made everybody look up and suddenly become a motorsports fan. That has helped, and that has brought in several good enthusiastic amateurs, and with the growth that brought, organizations like the DNRT could grow, and enthusiastic racers like Ivo Breukers and Gerry Willems of Creventic could dream about organizing races themselves and actually just do it. And that's been a great development, and the enthusiasm about motorsport in the Netherlands is coming back now, with Jos Verstappen's son Max now doing well in Formula 1 as a 17-year-old, but still behaving fairly respectably, although crashing. But sure, you gotta take risks, so he's really doing well, and that's bringing back the enthusiasm for motorsport in the Netherlands at the moment.
Yeah, that's a good thing, isn't it? And you know, it's not just the drivers, like you say, it's the teams, and this team, like you say, is a Dutch team, as he goes down the inside at Virage de Pont, which is a brave place to make an overtake, because you've got to make sure you're all the way down the inside there. But he makes that pass as he now gets past the 235i BMW Cup car, 79 car.
That has been standing still almost in front of us, I think, as well, for a brief moment.
Yeah, Michael
Bonk. They got it running again.
Yeah, Michael Bonk is still position 2 in the Cup Cup 1 class. So Michael Bonk driving the Bonk Motorsport 235i Racing Cup car.
It's good to see the Ginetta number 200 still racing. One of the drivers quit the team yesterday. He wasn't happy that the engine was to be changed, and that meant that they could never make the podium. The other 3 guys decided to get on with the business, and they're taking it home, I think.
It's a great story, isn't it? And Henry Fletcher is on board, aka John Bon Jovi without his top on, and he's doing a great job with the other guys that have stayed on board, but they're up to P2 in class. And you can see there, as we're right on board with Tony Bueller, and he's hunting down. Oh, it's very nervous, that 208 in front, isn't it? Very nervous. These 2 cars had battle royale for the first couple of hours. As you see, the 208, they're having a bit of a wild ride of it. Underneath the Porsche there, there's that'll be hot underneath there, wouldn't it, Ron?
Yeah, that the 63? I think it is.
That is the 63, isn't it? So that is it looks like some kind of transmission or drivetrain problem. It did sound like a bag of spanners going down the pit lane straight.
The L'Oreal Porsches who were doing really well. They're in 4th and 5th and off the podium.
Yeah, it's such a shame, isn't it? As we back on board with Tony Bewlett in his Ayrton Senna helmet, trying to really get on the back of that Team Altron Peugeot 208. Not much in it between them. It's a nice interview, wasn't it?
Yeah.
With the Team Altron principal, telling us all about the car and how it's a
it's a factory-built car and a really mean thing. But look at this, great stuff.
The Cup car right on it. Maybe the 208 has had it's got ramifications from the brakes and the problems it's had, but he ain't giving up track position, is he? And he's giving him a bit of space, but he doesn't want to give him too much. That car's sporting a bit of rear damage where it's been driven into at the right rear, missing a lens for the rear light. But the 101 still pushing hard, the Red Camel Racing machine.
It's nice that the director is following this fight. It's not for outright position, because the 208 is a 15th position overall, first in class, and the car chasing it is
he's at 23rd. He's Tony Bewlett, but he's not having it. He's passed him.
Yeah.
So I think the 208 is just trying to stroke it home now. And on board the 208, the minute is again Guillaume Romain.
76 car.
Now the 63's back out. So the 63 Porsche 997 class is back out, which is good news. But it's just dropped off the podium, Ron. It's in 4th place with Frédéric Ansel driving that car.
Yeah, and it's 1 lap behind. No, 2 laps behind now. GDO.
So.
Oh, the 62. Okay. All right, so the 62 is in the pit, so and that's still there.
That's the car that we've seen the guys underneath trying to fix either the gearbox or the drivetrain.
Yeah, we were mistaken, because the guys underneath the car had 63 on their backs of their yellow, what are they called? Vests?
High visibility vest. Well, that just shows it doesn't matter what number's on your back, you help out if your team car comes in.
Yeah.
And there's the number 7 that Nicolas Armendo is currently behind the wheel of. And anything still could happen, as we know. Count down the final 40 seconds into the last hour. And it's going to be what we call in England squeaky bum time.
Never heard of that, Paul.
Probably not a good thing for you.
You could fool me.
Probably not a good thing to tell you, Ron, because you'll start blurting it out on live telly.
I always do that, you know. You know all about that. Wearing my glasses or not doesn't matter. I'll do it. Now, Thomas Jaeger has been out there at the front of this race for an hour and 3 minutes now. So he's probably on his last lap of his stint, or maybe penultimate lap of his stint. And then with one refueling stop, new tyres, and depending on what the team decides, a new driver or not, will make it to the end. I'm wondering whether you're right.
I'm still going to go with Thomas Jaeger doing at the absolute maximum. So maybe another 10 minutes, maybe, in that car. And then you're going to see, I really am sure that Paul White is going to want to cross that line in that car, being the gentleman driver and being a very good gentleman driver. Not the fact that he thinks he's just going to stroke it home. He knows he'll be able to do the times that he needs to do, because he did it in the night, put in a solid stint. And Tom Onslow Cole, I'm sure, will back me up in saying that, who's very friendly with Paul White. So that's what I would want to see. Whether or not that happens, I think you've got a point as well, Ron, because you do need to have someone who can consistently put those banzai laps in to make sure that you keep that 2-lap lead if it all goes wrong. But for me, Paul White is experienced enough in the 30 Ram car, and it'll be great to see that as we go on board with the 159 again, the Rad Camel V8 Mazda car. Been a real star of the show. I keep saying it, but this car And this noise as he turns into Senior has been awesome, hasn't it, Ron?
Yeah. And talking about the Ram Racing Mercedes, actually I made a mistake in the middle of night. You're on your own here doing commentary, and at a certain moment it appeared like the Mercedes was staying out fairly long, but he was also doing very slow lap times. So I actually had the impression that Thomas Jaeger was trying to work out a way of fuel consumption by maybe short shifting and trying to see how they could extend the stint length, but actually he's been in. But when you're here on your own, you don't always notice the cars coming in. There was no camera man in the pit lane at the moment, so nobody's made the shot, and I hadn't seen him gone out. And as it was the same driver continuing, it had his name on the almost 1.5 hour stint, but they couldn't make that on one tank of fuel for sure.
That's a great camera shot, isn't it? You know much about Porsches?
Not enough, not like you.
Oh, I don't know anything about them. I just know the engine, the gearbox is in the wrong place. They're having a good old go, them boys. Do they really need to be doing this? Yes, they do, because they're
it's
racers.
The gearbox. It's probably diff
Could be
working
diff.
on.
Yeah, I mean, they've got an hour to go. It's going to take them another half an hour. People at home might be like, well, why are you bothering? Well, the reason they're bothering is because they are massive enthusiasts, and they're here to finish and to cross the line in their car that they put together all that time ago, and that's what 24-hour racing's about, isn't it?
The fifth in class. The next best car was in sixth, is 14th overall. The MSG Motorsport Porsche. They're still 2 laps behind. So if they can fix it within 2 laps, then they can keep them behind. But that's also points. I'm not sure if this team has competed in the other races as well so far. Of course, this weekend being held here in France, in the south of France, there are more French teams than usual in the 24-hour series. So I'm not aware of whether this is a regular team, but they'll probably have the standings in the back of their mind.
Yeah, but not only have we got that battle between first and second place between the Ram Racing Mercedes SLS AMG even, not the AMGR, that's the Porsche that I was just going to talk about. The 997 GT3R is behind it, with Nicolas Armindo driving that car, but third and fourth, who was the cars that actually made contact on the first couple of corners of the first lap. Jerome Bleekemolen in third place, and Matteo Mulicelli in fourth place in the Ferrari. They're actually having a bit of a battle. I know Mulicelli is now 2 laps down in the Ferrari, but he's just coming for fuel, so that'll be his last stop. And Bleekemolen still has to come in, so it'd be interesting if those two were on the podium, wouldn't it? The Peter Cox and Jerome Bleekemolen. That'd be. I wonder if they'd be fighting. I'm sure they wouldn't. They're two professionals. I see the 75 car just come in for a penalty, and probably its last pit stop as well. That's the last of the A5 cars circulating, so it's first in class. But back to Thomas Jaeger. How impressive have this Ram Racing team been, Ron?
Yeah, they were sort of tipped by many people as one of the cars that could win this. But there's, of course, only one that is actually going to do that, and that'll probably be them. They seem to have run trouble-free. Of course, you don't know all the details, all the inside. They might have been struggling with little things during this race, but we never heard about that. We never heard anybody complain or tell us things that did go wrong, and that's what wins you 24-hour races or endurance races in general. Keep the car on the road, keep it going as quick as it can, don't make mistakes, and hope that nothing goes wrong. And it appears that with them, really nothing has gone wrong so far.
Yeah, it does. And back on with Tom Oslo-Cole, he's just won a chance to drive a World Rally car in Turkey. So won the scholarship for that through the MSA back in the UK, so beat off a lot of good people. So you'll be seeing Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, in Turkey driving a rally, an actual Rallycross Lights car, which is just one down from the World Rally Championship, or the Rallycross Championship, the World Rallycross Championship, that a lot of good drivers are in. So fair play to Tom, he's been working hard. I actually instructed Tom when he was 16 years of age at Alton Park when he was in Clio's, and
he was already quick then?
He was very good. Took him, that was Rob Huff as well. I'm filling in for a day because Rob Huff couldn't make it, so I looked after Tom Onslow Cole, and I've watched him progress. I've raced against him in British touring cars. We've had some fine battles, been on the podium with Tom in the British Touring Car Championship. He's a fine driver, and he's a gentleman as well, and it's I'd love to see him win this race, definitely with his good friend and his partner Paul White. That would be a good thing to see.
And he's not anywhere related to our commentary colleague Mark Cole. He's not the rich part of the family, Onslow Cole and Mark Cole, no. Sorry about that, Mark.
The love child, Mark Cole.
Love child.
Mark Cole in the background, listening in on myself and Ron, ripping him to pieces on the live stream, which is nice. Probably get a dig in the rib. Ooh, that Clio isn't giving up. There's only 52 minutes to go, but that number 126 Clio oversteers through turns 3 and 4 as we see great enthusiasm from that car, running 32nd overall in this fantastic race, and third in the A2 class.
And talk about Mark Cole, he'll be taking over from me. And I think that'll be the end of my bit of commentary, because I'll do the podium later on, and that's only an hour from now. Well, a bit more, of course, because you have to wait for the final results of the race. We'll be doing the podium ceremony. Hopefully I can hear you on my headset, so that we can talk a bit to and fro from the podium and here in the commentary box that you'll be manning like you've done most of the race, Paul and Mark. It's been a pleasure working with you. If I don't have the time to tell you that later on, because I might leave right after the race to catch an airplane, or to have somebody else catch an airplane. Our co-commentator and pit reporter Lukas Gajewski, he has to catch a plane, and I might bring him there, but we'll see each other hopefully in the near future, and it's been a great pleasure. Over to Marco.
Top dollar. Thank you for that, Ron. Good stuff as usual, great insight, great sunglasses, and an overall top guy. So we look forward to hearing from Ron a bit later on with the podium, as you now cast your eyes on the 8th car overall, which is the 92 Mark V8, which has been an excellent car to drive for these guys who are out in front in that class, the SP2 class. Now Hadrian Morale.
I thought you were introducing me as Mark V8. I thought, what's that about?
That's because you've got like a V8 voice, mate.
Anyway, Paul, it's been, as Ron said, thank you, Ron. You've been really, really good, and your pit lane stuff has been excellent. I still think the best interview you did was the Francois Perrodo one this morning. That was really told us so much about what was going on in the 997 Cup. So well done, and yeah, Paul, great job by you as well. Thank you. I was just listening to you in the office. It's terrible. It's terrible because I thought I should be there with the guys. You know, these are my friends. Anyway, what a great weekend it's been, and so far, touch wood, a safe weekend. Peter Cook, the big story of the race, walking away from this massive end over end into the trees on Thursday night, and sadly Peter never getting the chance to drive. He was leaving it till Sunday morning, just wait for his shoulder to improve. Wasn't to be. The car was Ricard with his gearbox absolutely wrecked, wasn't it? But look at this, the 116 car still got the whole of the front splitter dragging on the ground, and it's still the Nielsen's. It's Tanya and Ricard Nielsen, those two doing such a good job. Ricard, there's a name to conjure with, Ricard Rydell.
Ricard Rydell, yeah. World touring car driver, British touring car driver, but Tanya,
she's on board. She's on board at the moment. She can hardly see over the steering wheel, can she? I mean, she's very, very slight girl, but my goodness, she's fit.
Super fit, super fast. They've done a great job, the husband and wife team, and it's been a pleasure. There's been so many stories up and down the pit lane, and it's been covered excellently by our two guys. Ron and Lucas have done a fine job catching up with all the stories, technical and funny as well. It's been a real pleasure.
Remember, they're the guys who've been down there literally in the white heat of Paul Ricard. I mean, it might be 30 degrees in the air, but you're getting that concrete pit lane, that concrete canyon. It must be close to 40 sometimes for Ron and Lucas standing out there on that unforgiving concrete, and they've done such a good job for us, and thank you guys.
Yeah, those guys.
I mean, we have it really hard up here as well. We have air conditioning and drinks, massages as we're going on it. We even get to go back to the hotel for a shower from time to time. Actually, I think Ron had a shower because he smelled great this morning.
He smelled absolutely fantastic. It was lovely. He did. He's saying he slept, and that's something that I was lucky enough to do pretty early, so my sleep pattern wasn't really disrupted. Not like Mark, who your sleep pattern was quite disrupted, wasn't it? You went to bed at a funny time, didn't you?
Yeah, 3 o'clock I went to bed. Yeah,
that's a funny time, Mark.
But it was a strange Saturday. Didn't have a drink the whole of Saturday. No alcohol.
Weird, isn't it? I've not really drank much, to be honest. Phil Quaife did try and give me a drink just before when I went to see him, and his team in good spirits actually, with that car that they're driving, the Cup car, and they're looking for a podium in A3T. Phil Quaife at the minute is third place in that car.
Are we going to see any more stops, or are they all behind us now? If you can just update me. 20 stops for Jaeger, 19 for Armindo. I guess he'll have
Tom's in. So
he's in as we talk, yeah.
So Thomas Jaeger is in for his fuel and his last pit stop.
And Armindo definitely will have to make another one, won't he? He's been on that car for what, how long has he been on board that?
An hour and 7.
Yeah, so he'll have to stop, won't he?
So this is it. You're seeing the final stops now as the Huracan flies past us. But it's going to be interesting to see who takes the helm of that Ram Racing 30 car.
Paul White would be my guess.
I said Paul White, yep. I'm thinking Paul White definitely can do the business.
Such a good job in the night.
Yeah.
I think he deserves a reward to finish the car for that.
Yeah.
But who are we? If you're listening down there, Dan, just put our vote forward there. That's great. And talking of votes, we've had some great star drives in this race, but I still think one of the best has been from our onboard camera guys, and I think collectively the 101 Seat, the red Camel car, the 159 Camel Mazda, they've just been mighty, those two, throughout the whole race, given us such great action, such great laughs, haven't they? And then this car gets the best wash and go award.
This car's been studded as well. It looks like it's had...
Come straight from the showroom.
50 quid a wheel spent on that. It's had the finest of the Auto Glim range spent on it. Look at it, gleaming in the sunlight, the 75 car that's going to come home to win that class.
Yeah, it's a no-lose race for them, because even though they've hardly been on the track, they're the only survivor in their class, and they're going to take home the goodies. And that, of course, one of the people taking the goodies home, and that is Cristal Kroll.
Yeah, well, that is a great thing, isn't it? And that 75 car's just going pretty steady, isn't it? And I think that's the pace that you're going to see now from that car. It just wants to cross the line and take a podium.
It's done 185 laps less than Thomas Jaeger has. Are they going to keep Nick Armindo in that Porsche, do you think, or?
No, I think Armindo will jump out. He's now in for fuel, so Jaeger in the 30 Ram car is getting tyres. There we go. So gull-wing doors are up. And the driver's been strapped in, doors are down, and then you'll see Nicholas Armindo will follow him into the pit box.
Lucas, if the cameraman can perhaps show us, it's too late, going to say who's in the car, we'll find out as soon as it goes out. We're putting our money on Mr. White.
Now, who's it going to be?
And as he comes out the pits, a good quick stop that. That was a quick one, including fuel. That it's going to be under 4 minutes by the time he gets back to the...
That was a good stop,
onto
wasn't
the
it?
track.
That was a very good stop. So they should be coming out and crossing the beam anytime. Anytime now. It's still showing Thomas Jaeger, but it's not saying state as outlap, so we know that will change.
Yeah, it's a little bit behind the timing here. It has to go halfway around the world through the internet, up into the cloud and back down again. Tom Onslow Cole they put on board then, and that stop was 4 minutes 11 seconds. That is very, very good for fuel and for all the work they did. So Tom the boy is given the chance for glory. Can he keep that car out front without any problem at all? What do you think Tom's feeling at the moment?
I think that Tom, he's done enough racing that he knows what he has to do. He's won enough British touring car races, which are high pressure situations, which obviously this is as well, but he's got the weight of 3 other drivers that have done the same job as him, so he's going to be feeling it, but Tom will stroke that home. As long as there's no mechanical failure, I'm sure he'll be absolutely fine, but he's definitely going to do this one for Paul, and he hasn't won a race yet in the 24 series, so it'll be good to see.
And Nico Armindo, I mean, how much time did he actually lose in the end because of that that stoppage on the pit lane? He lost a lap, or?
I think it was just about a lap, wasn't it? Yeah, I think Ron calculated it as a lap.
Just put him out of contention to have a final lunge for the win then.
Yeah, which is a shame, and that's just the way it rolls sometimes. But the other story, like I just spoke about, was the Jeroen Bleekemolen car, which is the number 2 SLS Mercedes, run by HP Racing, and they're in 3rd place, so they're going to get on the podium after being so far down. And then there's this as well, that car wants to be on the podium as well, which is at the minute driven by Yuri Pisarik, and that car was in Peter Cox's hands when it was turned round by Jeroen Bleekemolen, so he'll be vying for a 3rd place finish, but I don't think that's going to happen. He's 4 laps down.
4 laps back, yeah. There's something major happens to the 2 car. Like someone puts a stick through one of the wheels.
Yeah, like somebody drives into it by accident.
Yeah. That'd be a shame, wouldn't it? So how's the Twitter feed? Any more tweets coming through?
Yeah, I've had loads of tweets, but it's just been abuse, to be honest, so I've just turned it off.
They don't love us anymore.
There we go. There's the last stop then for Nicholas Armindo.
Gets out. Let's just catch sight of the helmet. Yeah, well done. Straight in there. Looked like Daniel Alleman, didn't it? Is that Alleman's helmet?
It did look like him, to be honest, yep. That's a good call. And guys, I just want to cover off anything that Tom Onslow Cole's group, who you can see now, have done. They've got to give it their best shot. You don't do 23.5 hours worth of racing for a giggle, and that car's got a problem with its starter motor.
Well, in fact, the last couple of times they have pushed it just to get it going down the hill, but the last time they pushed it way almost to the Paul Ricard bridge, which is at the exit from the pit lane. Problem there for the Honda again.
Synchro Honda pulls off.
Had a long stop earlier on this morning, and now it's back out, and that stopped, but it had a fuel problem, I think, earlier. The fuel readout was wrong.
That's a shame, and Tom Barrow pedaling that car, is he?
Well, at least he's halfway around the circuit. He's on the Mistral, so if he can get it back on, get you home, Tom goes past him then, and probably not too concerned about other people's problems at the moment. So Alfred Renard, no, we got that wrong. It's the car owner, Alfred Renard, in the 7 car, so he wants the glory of bringing his own car home.
That's fair enough, isn't it? And that's why we called it with Paul White, because Paul is the very fast gentleman driver, as the 76 Synchro Honda has cried enough, is it? Or is he just keeping out of the way so he doesn't get smashed into at the top of Signé corner?
Yeah, well, at least he's running. He's in get you home mode, isn't he? Which is, you've got this button you can hit, can't you, just to get you back, and...
yeah, a bit of a limp mode button.
Yeah. I think it's how most of us are going to feel after this race.
No, we're going to limp all the way back to the northwest.
Yeah.
Literally. There he is.
You don't get wide seats on EasyJet, do you?
Oh, God, no. I'll probably be sat next to 2 massive people as well.
Oh, dear. Just try and get some sympathy from the air crew, and, to see, I'm me. Look, can you look after me? I've just done 24 hours at Paul Ricard, and we mentioned EasyJet, said how good they were.
And it'll probably be the 2 same ladies who tried to get me arrested by the gendarme on the way here.
That's a really pretty helmet, isn't it? From the voice, I think that's probably a girl on board that car, and of course, who else would it be but Cristal? So they're giving her last hurrah in that car. Michael Kroll has just got out of it. Her father, she takes over, and of course she is online, because in the 72 car she's leading the category, and with the points she gets from that and this, she could well be right at the very top of the tree this afternoon, although of course we've also got to consider the Ram Racing guys. There in the 2 car is Jeroen Bleekemolen, advertising the European Grand Prix, which is at Baku this year. Can you imagine Formula 1 in Azerbaijan? It's like something out of a Harry Potter film, isn't it?
The mind boggles.
What are they going to pay them in?
Oh, no.
Because they're not in the Eurozone, are they? Funny, nor is Greece. So
European Grand Prix.
Yeah, Ron and I were hoping earlier that Adam's got all his money out of whichever Greek bank it might have been in. You listening, Adam? Yeah, it's Paul told us to say that.
Like you told him to say that about his drinking habits. He'll come and throttle me.
Well, he shouldn't send tweets of himself, should he? Not drinking. Well, we'll be joining Motors again in 7 or 8 minutes' time for the final half hour of the race and for the close down. And what a weekend for Motors. They've got European Le Mans Series as delayed a little later on, and then also, of course, live coverage of the Tudor Sports Car Championship from Mosport Park in Canada. So it's a big, big sports car weekend for Motors. Well done, Fred Viget and crew for bringing all that on. This, of course, is the best of all, isn't it? 24 hours in the sun.
It's great.
Mind you, Mosport will be pretty hot as well, and they get black fly at this time of year. I've been there in July, and it is like Scotland. You get the midges, and
they're actually about to go live. I've just been looking on the internet, so they're going to be having a...
Is that a 6-hour race today?
I think I'm not actually that sure. I know that looking on the internet, it looks like whatever it is, it's about to go live.
Just having a look. It's 4 hours. ELMS is 4 hours.
I've got my mum texting me here asking me to give her a shout.
No, it doesn't say, it just says United Sports Car Championship Mosport. It says it's live from 5 o'clock. Now remember, they're 5 hours behind us.
They are from here, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
so it'd be a 12 o'clock start, that would be right. Well, that's 5 hours from UK, of course. We're not here, we're there. We're in mainland Europe.
I forgot we're in mainland Europe. I've started to go delirious, if I'm honest, Mark.
Didn't the sun give you some indication, though? Like, you walk out the cabin, bang, 32 degrees, wow.
No, this is just like Wrexham.
That's what the sun does here, Wrexham.
It does, it wrecks everyone. The 159 still playing around with that throttle. Still having some fun. And that's why we're all here. Now hard on the throttle.
So it will change at the top at the moment. Jeroen Bleekemolen's going to have to come in soon. 72 minutes he's been at the wheel of that car, and he'll be handing over Splash and Dash. So any chance they might have had of hauling in 2 cars ahead, which were pretty non-existent anyway, being 8 laps behind, and then Jiří Pisarik in the number 4 car. He's the guy who pays the bills for that Ferrari, so I guess he will be staying on board the Scuderia Prague entry. Tom Onslow Cole there doing a great job, and as we've said before, and the 76 Honda
still trying to get back.
Hasn't got back to the pits yet.
Yeah, and I think Jeroen Bleekemolen should get that thing. Well, not him. He's got to come in and stop, doesn't he?
I think he wants to stay out there because he doesn't want to be in the pits when the race finishes, because Peter Cox isn't that far away, so he'll...
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say to you. Is that Ferrari going to have something? If that thing has an immaculate pit stop and a miracle happens, that Scuderia Praha car could actually end up on the podium.
Yep.
This is a bit tricky.
Here we are onto the start-finish straight. Honda's going to try and find a gap, come over into the pit lane, and is he going to go straight to gasoline alley? He's indicating. That's very proper in English, isn't it?
It is very well, usually it depends. If he's got a BMW badge on it, it wouldn't be indicating.
Yeah. So he's coming straight down pit lane, not bothering the fuel at the moment. How long had he been out in that car?
That 76 car. Simon Deaton's on board that car. He's a good lad. He's a big ginger man. I know him quite well. He's probably going to kill me when he hears I've said that.
You mean he likes Jerry?
Yeah.
76. Simon has been in that car for 47 minutes. I'm surprised he didn't go in for fuel, but see.
Must be terminal.
They've called him in, yeah.
He's had a lot of trouble, that car, with the Synchro boys working hard.
101, one of our camera cars. This is the... in fact, we go on board it. Who is on board the 101 at this moment? It's Tony Buller. Tony Buller having another day off. big day off.
He's having a big day off, and
Yep.
he's had a good day.
A3T, and they are what? They are running in A3T in 5th place in that. No podium today, but they've given us huge entertainment, and we'll give them a big bonus. And Tony, as you said, the man who drives like Jean Alesi, looks like Michael Seller. Here's that military jet back. There was a real surreal moment when, just before I came back on air, you and Ron were talking, and out of the window, that little military jet did a roll across the runway about 200 feet up. It was absolutely extraordinary.
It's crazy. I did catch that car, as you see now on the left-hand side of Tony Bueller. The 991 Cup car comes down, is inside. But yeah, I watched that. It was absolutely amazing, like a victory roll, wasn't it?
He looks so relaxed, doesn't he? I was watching my taxi driver bring me here from Marseille Airport. He drove like this. Didn't have Ayrton helmet center on. Didn't have Ayrton Senna's helmet on, but oh dear. Ginetta then still going like a train. That's the 206 car.
Down the inside there, the 49 Porsche, and he wipes him out.
Yeah, he saw him coming actually. Porsche did wait for a moment, then lunged at the last moment.
He nearly did plunge.
Yeah. Onto the Mistral, just goes on and on and on and on. That's not, that's Senior, which goes off and off and off. So, well, amazingly wreckage-free race, isn't it? A lot of minor bumps and bruises, but apart from losing that Audi the other night, we haven't had any major damage in the race, or indeed in qualifying. And look, is that a cloud in the background? First cloud they've seen for a month. That's extraordinary.
I know, that can't be. That's an explosion. That was at the top of a mountain.
Was it? Is that jet finally had enough? That military jet.
Don't say that.
Oh,
I'm going flying later.
Oh yeah. That's why I did say. Here's a helicopter. So Devon Medell's transport was just returning.
Hey, do you know what? We got him in trouble. Well, I did. I just spoke to Speedworks, and his dad didn't know he was getting a helicopter back.
All right.
So he spent more money on his helicopter ride than he has on his racing this weekend.
Right. And Dad's paying the bill, is he?
I think he's had to put it on his personal credit card. His dad's probably watching this to find out more gossip.
I don't have a personal credit card. I've got a personal debit card. But...
Oh yeah, we know about that. That's why you've got to get a taxi back, Mark. Line astern then. Trying to get to the end of this one. 31 minutes left and 14 seconds.
I think they should all, at 30 minutes, they should stop them all on the grid and then have a sprint race to the end.
God, can you imagine?
Let's go.
Reset.
Yeah.
And we'll first across the line wins.
We'll put Jeroen Bleekemolen behind Peter Cox.
Drive over the top of him.
Of course, Paul Ricard's seen so much action over the years, all those French Grand Prix year after year after year, and some great winners here. Jean Alesi, Ayrton Senna, and of course, all the earlier, more famous Nigel Mansell had a great win here as well. But in more recent times, Blancpain French GT Championship always produced results, and of course, World Touring cars. They love this track. And,
yeah, they really do, don't they? And just a tweet here from Ben Moulding. He's saying Paul O'Neill 29 should really give a shout out to Paul White Stratep. So he's done a mega job along with the rest of the drivers. You're dead right, Ben, and we have been singing his praises, haven't we, Mark? You were sat watching him do his night stint.
Oh yeah, unbelievable. So consistent during the night, and that's what really wins races.
And he's done as good a job as any of his three illustrious teammates, in my opinion. And not only is he a cracking driver, Paul White, he's actually a gentleman, and he's a funny man as well. And that's a lot of things to have going for you.
So Jeroen Bleekemolen in the pits. He's refueled in the number 2 car. It's actually in the pit at the moment. 3 minutes as the clock ticks. So 2 cars ahead of him. Their stops, including fuel, were 4 minutes 11 and 4 minutes 13 respectively. So expect him to leave the pit, or whoever takes over from in another minute. We haven't seen a shot of that. Lucas, if you can hear us, it'd be nice if you could get down to see Jeroen Bleekemolen getting out of the car in the number 2 garage, HP Racing.
Yeah, it would. And just another quick tweet here. Vicky Miller's been with us most of the last couple of days, just asking what driver got out of the number 7 when Alfred Runaway got in. Thanks. I still think that driver had a Magnus Racing suit on, but 24-hour series, so the Creventic crew have answered this one for us, and it was Nicholas Armindo.
It was Nico, yeah.
Yeah, so that question answered even before I seen it. So thank you to the Twitter feed of the 24-hour series.
Wow, a lot of switched on people today.
Too many switched on people, making us
thinking
stupid.
much straighter than we are.
They've been cracking, absolutely cracking. And Trevor Austin as well. The moment this one ends, Paul O'Neill, there will be 3 hours left of the ELMS race. Half an hour later, the end of that for IMSA. So lots of racing, like Mark Cole was just talking about. And we're very fortunate, especially Motors TV, giving out a fantastic array of sports car racing, and we're going to be joining them live a bit later on. So back on board with Tony Bueller. And Tony again, left foot braking hard on that brake. Look how far his left foot goes through there, and then he picks up the throttle. And then back on the throttle into Virage de Pont. So only 2 pedals really needed in this Seat Cup car, driven by Ayrton Senna forward / Tony Bueller. And Tony doing a great job with his other 3 drivers, Klaus Krusnik, Bert de Hoos and Michael Odile. It's been a real classic, this race, so we've been very fortunate.
Thank you for that, Lucas. Blake Molan staying on board that car as unexpected. Well, we're going to join Motors for the last time in this 2-day event and stay on the streaming or look at Motors. We will be back when Motors goes off air. Good afternoon, England. Good afternoon, Europe. You're on Motors TV live from Paul Ricard for the final 26 minutes of the 24-hour series, the FIA International Endurance Series, which saw the Dubai 24 started off this year in January, went to Mugello for 12 hours, went to Zandvoort for 12 hours, is here at Paul Ricard, the first car endurance event, first 24-hour event on this new configuration of the Paul Ricard circuit. After this, they go to Barcelona for a third of the 24 hours in the series, and they finish at Brno in October with a 12-hour race there. I'm Mark Cole, with me, Paul O'Neill. And Paul, there's been so much to talk about over the past, not just 24 hours, but certainly the last 30 hours with qualifying and everything included.
Yeah, and including the actual private test where it all started on the Thursday. We were seeing the R8 LMS car going straight over the barriers and into the trees, and unfortunately for that car, it was right up the sharp end, and then it's dropped away in this race. But we've had so many stories up and down the pit lane, and we've been blessed with beautiful skies and sun, as you see now. The number 7 car going in between the 2 lower category cars there. So Alfred Renault are just trying to get the car home, but it has been a classic, hasn't it, Mark?
It has indeed, and the good news for those of you in Britain is that it is Ram Racing. The Silverstone team of Dan Shufflebottom is leading the race overall. Tom Onslow-Cole on board that car at the moment, and they have put themselves in a very safe position with just a few minutes to go. 574 laps, 2 laps over the number 7 Porsche of Alfred Renard. That's the Herbeth Porsche, the team he owns, along with his twin brother Robert. They're 2 laps down. Jeroen Bleekemolen another 10 laps down, and a whole new story, of course, about that car.
Yeah, as you've just seen, the 150 GC automobile BMW just going into the pits there. I think that will be for a retirement. There's been a lot of problems with that car, but fair play to the crew. They've been trying to get out there, as you see the number 2 car there flying past with Jeroen Bleekemolen on board, and he's in 3rd position at the minute, and he's going to be trying to stay on that podium. But it looked like a different story at the very start of the race, where he punted Peter Cox off in the Scuderia Praha 458 Italia, and Peter was seething as he went back to the truck and wouldn't speak to anyone. But they've settled their differences, and I'm just glad that they're not on the podium together.
Yeah, Peter was very diplomatic, wasn't he? He said, Jeroen is very professional, and it's not the sort of mistake he'd make deliberately, but it did happen. Right, the 62 Lorient Porsche, this is the car we saw come in very much earlier, had all sorts of problems and dropped out of a potential podium for the Porsche class, the 997 class, getting it back into the race. You can hear in the background there the team applauding that he is rejoining the race. The Creventic series, the Hankook 24 hours, and it's also supported by BRM chronographs. This series allows things that most other series would just throw their hands up and look, oh, you can't do that. If the car breaks somewhere on the track, you can get it back to the garage, you can fix it, and you can rejoin the race. You can change an engine, as we saw with Ginetta. If you have any problems with the starter motors, you can push start the cars. The whole ethos of this series is to keep the cars running.
It's to keep the cars running, and it's to give bang for your buck, and that's why I think this is fantastic. If you probably broke this down and see how much it costs you a lap compared to any other series across Europe and maybe the world, you will be astounded by how open Creventic are, the people behind the 24-hour series, and it's a real privilege to watch this race unfold. And it's a real privilege as well to be involved in the racing as I have. Well, we've got the leader, haven't we, there, of the Cup class, the Cup 1 class.
Yeah, that's right. The Creventic, then, the creators of the Dubai 24 Hours, 10 years ago. So they're celebrating 10 years of that. Creventic, a Dutch company, sounds a strange name, but it means creative events. I mean, how clever is that? And that's headed by Jerry and his team, and what a great job they do. They are so fan friendly, they are so entrant friendly, and they do everything they can to accommodate the people who want to pay to race in their series. And what a great series it is. FIA recognition for the first time this year, and even bigger things planned for next year. One of the things they dearly love to do is run a 24 hours at Silverstone.
Well, I'd like to see that happen as we see the 75 car from the A5 class come in. So
okay, we're on a break from motors. So we're still live streaming. Motors are just off on a break at the moment. The 150 car, then they're dismantling it in the pit lane. I think they've just about given up, haven't they? I thought, why work in the garage? We've got lovely sunshine here. Let's enjoy it before we go home to the rain of Germany.
It's like a cut and shut right in that pit box.
You couldn't get more bits off the car if you tried, could you? What a mess. They've had huge problems with the rear discs all the time, exploding, and drive shafts, and rear top link suspension breakages. We're going back with motors any moment now. Welcome back to Motors TV live coverage here with just 20 minutes remaining in the Paul Ricard 24 Hours, the first ever 24-hour car race on the new configuration of the Provençal circuit. We're midway between Marseille and Toulon, and we're just a few kilometers inland from the Mediterranean coast and the start of the French Riviera. Is that...
So we got Lucas is in the pit lane for us. You're watching at the minute the 112 Clio, who is the class leader of A2. But Lucas, over to you.
Yes, thank you. I'm at the number 62 Porsche of the Lorient Racing Team from France. We just saw the car getting out again. Next to me is one of the drivers, Benjamin Roy. So, Benjamin, what happened to your car?
So we had a problem with the gearbox, and we were third in the Cup class, but we had to change the gearbox. So we lost 30 minutes. So for us, the race is a bit sad. So.
But in fact, it was a great effort from the team to fix the car for the last 20 minutes of the race.
It was important for us to finish the race and to show that all the mechanics are very professional and the team is very professional as well.
This is so good to hear. Many thanks, Benjamin, and all the best that you reach the finish in the end of the race. Thank you, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Lucas. Yeah, Benjamin, of course, a familiar face at Le Mans and in the French GT Championship, races Porsche Carrera Cup as well. One of those unsung French heroes. So here's our race leader, Tom Onslow-Cole, in the Silverstone-based Ram Racing outfit. The outfit of Dan Shufflebottom. What a great job these guys have done. 3 times they've finished on the second step of the podium in these races this year. Dubai, Mugello and Zandvoort. But today looks like, without putting the commentator's curse on it, looks like it's all coming well for the 30 car. Onslow-Cole sharing that car with fellow Britons Paul White, Adam Christodoulou and German Thomas Jaeger. Paul White, though, the standout driver to me, despite Jaeger putting the car on pole. Paul did such a brilliant job overnight in the dark.
Yeah, he really did. He really put that all to bed in the dark, and I think the job was more or less done there, to be honest, as we watched the 92 car, which is the class leader of SP2, and they've had a great run at the minute. We've got the Australian Hadrian Morrill driving that car, and it's a Mark Focus V8 of Mark Cars Australia, as we go back to the 150, which has been in the pits.
Yeah, this is a major rebuild, isn't it? They've had terrible brake problems. They've had exploding brake discs, which have damaged the suspension. They've had broken top wishbones 3 times on this car now. It really has become a race against time just to get it onto the finish. That's what they want to do. They want to be there for the checkered flag on the track. That's where the glory is.
Yeah, and it is. It's to say, it's firstly about getting across the line, and in the 24 hours, it's getting across the line is what it's all about, and that's what this car, the 206, is trying to do. It's the SP3 class leader, and this has been a star showing as it overtakes its sister car, the G55, so the older car in the lead, and the G55 car, it overtakes the sister car there, and that car also heading for a podium as well. So it's a 1-2 lockout for Nova Racing as we go on board with 159 as it overtakes both the Ginettas.
I think you'll find those 2 Ginettas now will stick together for the photo finish, put a smile on Lawrence Tomlinson's face in Leeds.
Yeah,
yeah, just something about what's happening on motors today. Of course, we've had brought this inaugural Paul Ricard 24 hours to you, but great action still today on motors. After this program, we'll be coming off air at 3 o'clock UK time. You'll be seeing European Le Mans Series as live from the Red Bull Ring, those 4 hours. But before that, at 5 o'clock, we will be live from Mosport Park in Canada for the latest round of the United Sports Car IMSA Championship. The big sports car day all around the world.
Big sports cars, little sports cars here. So we got the 208 flying round, and it's an overall 14th place with Guillaume Roman at the minute, the A3T class leader, and that car, we spoke to the team principal before, and that 208 has been one of the standout cars of the weekend. It's been fantastic to commentate on that car.
Car owner Guillaume Roman on board that car at the moment, as we said, leading A3T, which is one of 8 classes in this championship. There's actually as many as 12 classes, but if you don't get enough entries, then the Creventic will amalgamate those classes and then use balance of performance just to get the same level of performance across that class.
Yeah, that's a big thing, and it seems to keep the racing alive. As you see now, that Praha Ferrari was still on a mission.
Creventic, of course, have been doing this for 10 years, and they know how to do it now. And they throw all their staff at this. Only 4 full-time staff in the office, but a lot of weekend support comes in, and these people are really good at what they do. They're used to it through Dutch Super Touring, Dutch touring cars, and just an inspired thing to make this into an international series. Not quite yet a World Series, but international series, as approved by Jean Todt.
Exactly, and that's what everybody wants to see, but this is not what everybody wants to see, is the GC automobile car being...
I reckon they've got a wishbone maker out the back. He's having to make them faster. They're braking him faster than he can make them, but he's on another one at the moment, I'm told, out the back.
Look at that, that must be so hot. They're pouring water on the mechanics' hands, and they're just trying to get that car all back together so they can cross the line with it. And the 150 crew just trying to get that car back up and running. We've only got 14 minutes to go, and there is something we really need to look at, and that's the A2 class. There's a massive fight on between 3rd and 4th position for that last place on the podium as we turn our attentions to the number 7, and that's the Porsche 997 GT3R.
Yeah, this is the only non-Mercedes to win a race this year. It won the Mugello 12 Hours in the hands of half the team here today. This is the Herbert Racing team. Alfred Renau is on board that car together with Daniel Allemann and Lucas Schreier. Herbert Handlos joined them. Nicolas Armindo has joined them this weekend. He's very experienced on this circuit. And Nico, as you know, Porsche Super Cup winner in 07. He was the Porsche Carrera Deutschland champion in 2010 and finished second at Le Mans in GT2 2 years ago. 33 years old, from Colmar, which is between here and Nice, and so this is his local circuit, and he has done the bulk of the fast driving for that car.
Yeah, and you would obviously put him in that with all his experience and his speed. But talking about experience and speed, you've got the number 4 car there being driven by a bunch of super fast people, and also including that Yuri Pisarik, who's done a fine job pedaling that car around with its horrendous first lap it had with Peter Cox being turned around, like we mentioned before. At this corner here, it was actually it was done at. So
yeah, that was a front row starting car, wasn't it? And who knows, without that, this could have potentially been winning here today.
Yeah, definitely would have been in with a shout. It's been absolutely to the boards, that car, absolutely flat out. So the number 4 running in 4th overall. It's been quite good to see. But as I said just a minute ago, there is a nice battle brewing up in the A2 class between the 126 car and actually the 110 car. So there's a real good old battle going on.
I think they might be losing this race at the moment, because we haven't got that long to go now, have we? We've got 14 minutes of racing left, and unless they can get this seized up nut off. I mean, the heat has obviously got into all that, and you can see the end of the drive shaft there, the UJ. And oh dear, they're so desperate just to get that car out for the finish before the checkered flag comes out. But the thing is, you don't have to finish to be classified. They're well out of the running anyway, but it's pour la gloire de France.
So we've got the S3T leader, the 208 car. The Team Altrans had some fantastic coverage. This little car has been mighty, and it's got an onboard camera as well.
Yeah, well, this is a home winner here. Guillaume Romann's team running under his Altran banner. So this is a great local event. Probably Ram won't get a mention in the French papers tomorrow, but this team will be plastered all over the front page.
So the SP2 leader, the 206 car, the Ginetta G50 that we spoke about before.
Yeah, they are sticking together.
Yeah, like you say, they're looking for a photo finish, just trying to cruise her home. But for 2 Ginettas to finish this race would be fantastic in 1st and 2nd place. That is a magnificent effort by the Italian Nova Racing team.
Yeah, and full credit to them, full credit to Lawrence Tomlinson for providing them with such good cars that you know well through all your experiences with the Ginetta Junior Cup. Again, some of the cars are finishing with quite a lot less bodywork than they started with. This one in particular, which we've seen just disintegrating over the course of the race, still running like a train though, might be in 41st place, but he's still having fun.
Yeah, that's right, but I don't know whether it'll get weighed at the end of it, and I don't think it'll be passing any scrutineers.
Yeah, there's the 92 car then. This is the car that James Kay has been pedaling very, very well today. Had a spin, didn't he, in qualifying, but he's made up for that since. And that car currently leading what is called SP2 class. And that class, almost all of it made up of space frame cars with V8 engines, a bit like Australian supercars.
Yeah, they are, and there you go. There's the class leader, the 116 car. It's not actually a class leader, it's Tanya Nielsen, sorry, pardon me. It's in 6th place in the A2 category. It's an onboard car. So only 2 drivers in that, Tanya Nielsen and her husband driving the car as well, and they've been at it, haven't they?
Wow, that is just quite amazing, isn't it? Because you can't drive for more than 2 hours, so by very virtue of that means you're never going to get a chance to sleep, because by the time you got out of the car, had a debrief, half an hour's gone, you've then got to be ready half an hour before, and so you get 1 hour chance to put your head down. Well, what help is that?
They haven't had a chance to put a front bumper on it either. That's been running for about, I don't know, 20 odd hours with that front bumper hanging off. But back to another Clio. There's the 112, and that is the actual race leader of the A2 class. And at the minute, Michel Chappe doing a fantastic job for that team there, the Renault Clio Cup endurance car, the Swiss team, putting that car together. It's led most of the way.
And that's been a very busy class because it had 10 starters, 8 of which are still running. And I mean, that is very impressive. Just shows how reliable these little cup cars are. The 164 then's backed out. They want to at least get one of those cars, those GC cars, to the finishes. Both space frame BMWs that both have problems with the rear suspension. Believe me, it is advertised as a BMW.
That's been in the pits for about 2.5 days, looking at the screen. Yeah, them boys have had it hard. But do you know what? You got to give it them. They've spanned it, they're still awake, and they're still trying to give it the big one.
We're into the last 10 minutes. So Cup 1 leader we're looking at now. There is the 67 car. Just scrolling down, Gunter Felix on board that car, and that car being run by Sorg Rennsport. And one of the drivers in that car, Thomas Müller from Germany. He's the most pro of the 5 drivers on board. Yes, 5 drivers they can use here, which is a nightmare for commentators. 58 starters, up to 5 drivers a car. You know, we're going to know all about upwards of 300 drivers.
So we are, but this car here, that's got to come in the pits, that thing, or is it just going to toodle about?
I think it's just on limp mode, as we mentioned before. The 102 car just crawling around there. That's the Zest race car, Seat Leon Super Cup, and that's got Robert Taylor of England on the crew, together with 2 Danish drivers and Indonesian driver Prathan Tarani. And look how slow he is compared with everyone who's going by. The Honda's running yet again. They've had so many problems with that car. Ran like a train, didn't it, for the first 12, 14 hours, and then started to have those problems. They just keep niggling, and twice had to crawl back.
Yeah, so the number 17 car, 5th overall, this 997 category car. Unbelievable job to be 5th overall. Paul Lafarge, he's having a good old run at it, but he's the leader of this class in the 997 Cup class. He's actually in the 991 Cup car, but in the 997 class. Ruffier Racing doing a great job. I don my hat to you guys.
Yeah, James Ruffier, of course, a former French touring car champion. They take on board Dimitri Engelbert, who's one of the quickest of the French touring car drivers, indeed quickest of the French GT drivers. He scored some big successes in the Renault Megane Eurocup when that was running over the past 3-4 years. And Dimitri also now looking at the ELMS, not racing this weekend, obviously. And overall, just looking at the top 3 overall, A6 class, all those cars. Jeroen Bleekemolen now going into what presumably will be his last 2 or 3 laps. Still lapping at around the 2:13, 2:14 mark.
Yeah, really stuck it to them, hasn't he? And I just had a nice little tweet off Jade Edwards, a good friend of mine, a good friend of Paul White's, and a good friend of Tom Onzo Cole's, just telling me that the engineer at Ram Racing, Timmy, has been waiting to smoke a victory cigar since the start of the season. He's at Spa at the minute for British GT with the Ram British GT race car, but he's there with a lighter, and he's ready to light it for Paul White and the Ram crew.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. I hope he's watching our feed then. Of course, yeah, we forgot about British GT at Spa this weekend, yeah. And of course, a couple of Belgian cars entering that just in preparation for next, or 2 weekends' time, Spa 24 hours. I think Mark VDS putting a couple of BMWs in the race.
Yeah, so there's been a lot going on, and it's easy to forget, isn't it? It's quite a big race as well.
Right, here's the 7 car then. Alfred Renard, one half of Herbert Racing. Here is his twin brother Robert, who own the team. Herbert Racing winners at Mugello and about to become runners-up here at this beautiful French circuit, and that will be a big second place for them, having beaten some of the best people out there. Ram, they couldn't quite make it, but just everything went wrong, didn't it, during the last Code 60 period when the car actually stopped on the start straight. We don't know why. You suggested, I think I heard you saying it might be heat soak, just everything getting a bit too hot, and there we are.
Yeah, so Tom Onzo Cole oof, just backing out of that one, as you should. I think the Tom Onslow Cole from 15 years ago wouldn't have backed out of that. But the new Tom Onslow Cole, one of the finest GT racers now, I class him as in the UK, along with Adam Christodoulou, and obviously Thomas Jaeger doesn't need any introductions. And don't forget, Paul White, he's done an incredible job in getting this car through the night, putting in a real good stern stint. But as it is, Tom Onslow Cole in the 3-0 Ram car, flashing his lights, making sure, just wanting to get this job done now, isn't he, with 4 minutes to go, Mark?
And that Yuri Pisarik behind him in the number 4 Ferrari, he's just put him down another lap. So that car is now, I think, 8 laps down on the race leader. It doesn't count for much. The 150 car, I'm going to have to say, it's not going to make it, guys, unless you just pick up the back and wheelbarrow it down across the start-finish line.
That might be a good... we've got a few quads around here. We could pull it across the finish line.
You have to have the driver in it, of course, to finish.
Oh, that's true. Could Nigel Mansell it and push it?
Yeah. So there is the 7 car then. Alfred Renard doing all they could. And a great drive by everybody. I have to say, anyone finishing here at Paul Ricard done a great job. It's been a very interesting race. We've had quite a lot of unreliability in it, but most people seem to have overcome that, conquered it, and at the moment we still, out of the original 58 starters, still have 45 or 44 and a half running, if you count this one.
Yeah, that 105 Seat Super Copa is indicating to get out of the way, or you can't come in the pits this late on. You've just got to go until it dies.
Yeah, he's just going on get you home mode, isn't he? But he's hoping to get you home doesn't mean back to the pits, it means to the checkered flag. So if you have to do 2 or 3 laps like that, so be it. Of course, again, Creventic, there's no last lap delta time. You have to do within a certain time, like you do at Le Mans or other endurance races. If it takes you an hour to do the last lap, so be it. You'll still be classified.
They're so laid back, aren't they, the Dutch organisers? It's great to see, and we see that with our Dutch friend Ron, who's been giving us some great reports in the pit lane, along with Lucas, who's done a fine job. And it's been a real pleasure to commentate on this 24
hours. But you brought a lot to it, Paul, because you raced in the Dubai 24 hours. You know what it's like from the inside, being on these cars. You know how the organisation works, and obviously what they've done in Dubai, they've brought here to Paul Ricard, and with the same result.
Yeah, and it's worked well, and it's been a cracker, isn't it? So not long to go now. 1 minute 56 seconds, as that's 75.
Oh my goodness.
BMW, the blue car with the green stripes, the A5 class leader, the only A5 class car now that's circulating around this 5.8 kilometre circuit, and they just want to get that car across the line. I feel like I've been with that team as a family. I've watched through the night, I've watched through the morning. It's been great.
Yeah, they threw the mechanics working on the car, but they threw the whole family at polishing and sprucing it up. Last lap ball goes out then. Not like in America where they throw white. Here they just say last lap, and everyone on the pit wall already getting ready to welcome home their drivers, their family, their friends. This is great, isn't it? I mean, this is just the whole spirit of the series. It is one big family.
It is one big family, and it reminds me of the Dubai 24. When I competed in it, the whole pit lane wall was full of people with flags, and it really brings an emotion to the end of the race. We had fireworks around about 11 o'clock last night to keep the guys in good faith and good spirit, as the 7 car still hasn't given up. That car's going to get across the line in 2nd place, but it has been an absolutely awesome and, more importantly, safe and fun Paul Ricard.
It's a big result for Alfred as well with his team. Of course, that they did win in Mugello, but also he had wins in the GT Masters, racing for his father's Herbert team. His father sadly died 2 years ago, and the 2 boys, the twin sons, they took over the business. And look at this, what a good job they've done. Great in their father's memory.
Absolutely great, and there'll be a lot of emotion there. As we said before, just to get the car across the line, it doesn't matter where you finish, the podium or a win is a bonus, but there's going to be some emotion from Tom Onslow Cole.
Wow, what's he thinking right now?
He's just going to think, I need to stroke this home, as now he exits Virage de Pont. Big wheel spin, over to you, Mark.
Yeah, and he takes the flag. What a famous victory for Ram Racing. Dan Shufflebottom will be wiping his eyes, I think, at the moment, probably because the champagne's all over his head.
Definitely.
Great. You know the team well, you know the boys on board well. How do you feel about that?
That's very emotional for me. You know, Tom Onslow Cole, as I say, I've known him since he was a 16-year-old, cutting his teeth in the UK Clio Cup, and Tom has become now a strong team leader. He's a very, very well educated guy. He's brilliant at GT racing now. It was a new thing to him, but he's done the business. And his teammates, Adam Christodoulou, who's a gentleman and a champion, and Paul White, a fantastic driver, and Thomas Jaeger, who is a stunning guy.
And look at that car. That's the car that's won the race, and there's not a mark on it. How do they keep it so clean and trouble-free? Here, just about to come over the line, Alfred Renard, Jeroen Bleekemolen and Yuri Pisarak have already crossed the line. Alfred about to come over in second place. That is a great result also for Herbert Motorsport. It goes with their win at Mugello in the 12 hours. This is a 24, and there we are. You hear the whole team going berserk.
But listen to that. That's, you know, like we said before, there's not many people in the grandstands because it's only invite only for this particular round, but you could hear the emotion from the teams. They've just completed a 24-hour race. It's amazing.
This is a very brave gamble by both Creventic and by Paul Ricard's circuit. I mean, Paul Ricard, invested a lot in this. I think next year, if they're invited back and Creventic want to come back, I can't see why not. Let the spectators in, because they'd love it. Put your family down on the beach at Bandol and you come up here and enjoy the race.
Definitely. I'll be back if they have me back, racing or commentating for sure, as the number 3 flashes on the side of the number 2 car. So third place finish for Jeroen Bleekemolen and the crew. And look at the guys there. Lots of clapping going on.
Yeah.
Finish the race.
Well done. There'll be might be a dry eye in Silverstone tonight, will there? Wow. And there'll be celebration when these guys get home. I live only 5 miles from Silverstone. I'm sure I'll be able to hear every cheer and shout when they get home. Well done, guys. Ram Racing. Now let's just see where that puts them. My quick calculation puts them on top of the championship pile, because the people they had to beat were themselves, basically. They're going to get double points for this, 30 points. So that puts them onto 93, and Keith Kasulka, Peter Liemhaus. Peter Liemhaus might just get 30, but we'll have to check that out. So Paul White and Tom Onslow Cole, they're the common factor for that team, those second places. They both get 30 points, they're on 93, but we'll have to check what Peter Liemhaus and Keith Kasulka also get, because they came here 5 points ahead of them. I think we'll leave that one to the experts. We need an algorithm to sort that out.
I was going to say, yeah, it takes a while to sort out the results of these 24-hour races, lots of judicial.
And we have to have a confirmation of the result, of course. We don't know what might be lurking behind. But Lucas is down there, and he's going to try and catch guys as they get out of the car. Ron is going to be up on the podium doing the podium interviews for everybody. Motors will be staying as long as they can. We've still got probably another 25 minutes to go. And then, of course, plenty of other sports car racing, we say, on Motors, 5 o'clock British time, be going live to Mosport Park in Canada, and then following that IMSA race, we will be going as live to the ELMS in the Österreich Spielberg, Red Bull Ring, call it what you like.
Yeah,
another great mountain circuit like this one.
Lots going on, going on, as you see Tom Onslow Cole pull up the Ram 30 racing car to the stop, and the Jeroen Bleekemolen pulling up next to him. But I want to say a personal and a special thank you to everyone out there who's supported us on Twitter, helped us out with some questions and answers, and it's been great to have you on board, and all you guys watching on Motors TV. As Jeroen Bleekemolen, thumbs up, fair play to you, my friend.
Yeah, well done, coming back from that early error, took a penalty for it like a man. And he say, where's Tom? Is he gone? No, he's still in the car. These two know each other well, of course, and I'm sure there'll be plenty to celebrate. Where did I go, he's saying? So just 2 cars in Park Fame at the moment. Still waiting for Alfred Renard to complete his lap. Of course, he crossed the line a minute or so after these guys. And Rockstar.
And he is a rock star, Tom Onslow Cole. Great driver, look at that. He's made up with that. And congratulations to Tom Onslow Cole. Look at that.
Wow.
His mechanics, all the boys and the flags, made up with that result. And, fair play.
Yeah.
24 hours, and there's his girlfriend, Rebecca Jones.
Right. Let him get his helmet off first. Must be a very, very hard kiss, that.
When you're in demand, you've got to get on with it.
You've got to be weighed? Do they weigh them here?
there'll be some kind of judicial. I remember Tom was telling me about the camel ride he had in Dubai for finishing on the podium in the 24-hour race.
What, wish he hadn't finished on the podium?
I was going to say, no camels there. Look at that big hug from his teammates and Paul White and Adam Christodoulou.
Well done, guys.
Great stuff. Absolutely grand to see. Tom has worked so hard to get his GT career up and running, and he's got it up and running now. And
well, our cameraman's down there with Lucas. There is Lucas. Over to you, Lucas.
Yes, thank you. This is Tom Oslo Cole, winner of the 24 Hours of Paul Ricard. How does it feel?
Fantastic. You know, we've been chasing the win in this series all year. We had a second at Dubai, a second at Mugello, a second at Zandvoort, and finally the win here. It's fantastic, and complete credit to Ram Racing. You know, it's a fantastic car they've given us.
So what, in fact, was the most important thing in order to get this win today at Le Castellet?
I think the car, it just goes and goes and goes. You know, the level of preparation that the Ram Racing team are putting into this is amazing, and it never missed a beat. The car was fantastic, you know, as the SLS is known for being. But what a combination! You know, I'm so happy to drive with this team.
We are happy with you, Tom. Thanks a lot and enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Lucas. We're going to go for a short break on motors, but we will be back for more interviews and the podium as the first ever Paul Ricard 24 Hours run by Hankook comes to an end. So as we say, plenty of action on motors today, so enjoy it. I know it's raining back in England, so you've got no excuse to be out mowing the lawn. You should be sitting in front of the box all afternoon on Motors TV.
Ja, ist in den Reserven.
So Alfred Renoir and the rest of the team there. Hey, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back with motors in just a moment. But
Servus, jetzt kennen die Christi. Das dauert. Ja, so ein wenig dauert. Warte ein wenig, das ist Bier. Ja, du, Bier. Ja, ich stehe dazu. Ich mach mal den Fotografen Platz vielleicht. Hey!
I'm not completely admitting it. But well. That's the only mark? Yeah. Oh yeah, like one and a bit.
yeah, we're coming back to you in a moment, Lucas. We're just waiting to rejoin motors, and then we throw to you, so keep listening. Welcome back to Motors. This is the finish of the Paul Ricard 24 Hours, the Hankook International 24-Hour Series, also presented by Chronograph BRM, and we've got Lucas waiting down to talk to more of our finishers. Over to you, Lucas.
Yes, thank you. This is Alfred Reno, who brought the number 7 Herbert Porsche to the finish. How did it feel, Alfred, for you?
Feels good. I feel satisfied. The whole team did a great job, and we were a little bit unlucky in the last Code 60 when the car went out, and I don't know what happened.
So, had you any worries after that happened during the Code 60 that it might be a case again?
No.
It's always good to be confident. So, all in all, what was probably the most hardest part of this 24-hour race here at Le Castellet? Was it traffic? Was it the night? Was it the weather?
Not only the weather. It was hard in the night with a lot of traffic, but we're happy to finish this race in second. That's good.
Wonderful. Thanks, Alfred. All the best for you, and enjoy the party. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. Yeah, nice to hear him referring to this as Le Castellet, which was, of course, was the original name of the circuit. It's named after the fortified village just a couple of kilometres from here. So we're just waiting for Lucas to find some more people to terrorise. And, of course, 8 class winners here today. There's going to be quite a big podium ceremony, but the one we're most interested in at the moment is the top 3, which is for Ram Racing, for Herbert Porsche Motorsport, and for HB Mercedes. Our top 3 in the top category, and of course the top 3 races overall.
Look at that rammed grid down there, all them lights flashing on all those cars you can see all stacked up on the grid, and it's fantastic to see so many cars finish this gritty and a real hard working 24-hour race. All the guys you can see there, they're packing the cars and they're packing the kit away. These teams have got some miles to go. So 31.7 degrees Celsius here at Paul Ricard at 20 to 3 local time.
Yeah,
so still warm.
The good thing for the crews, of course, is that you have these laws in France. You can't run trucks between Friday midnight and Sunday midnight, so they can't go home tonight. So they're all going to have to go back to the hotel and dive in the pool, aren't they? Have a few drinks.
That's a shame.
Once they've packed up.
Well, I'm gutted that I've not come in a truck.
Oh, well, it is only 2:45 in the afternoon. They got the afternoon to pack up and the evening to celebrate.
Oh, dear me. I wonder if they'll be celebrating with them. Hello, hello. Oh, you're waving at me? Oh, no, you're not waving to me. Unbelievable. They're waving at you, Mark.
No, they can't see me. I'm down below the counter here, trying to find my false teeth. Well, not actually false teeth. I mean, they're the ones that I have commentary teeth and I have normal teeth, and I have to change them around.
You missed that then, Mark. I got a wink through the telly. I got a wink.
Yeah, I think the cameraman's saying the guys are upstairs. They're all yours.
Oh, dear me.
So let's just recap then. We have had Tom Onslow Cole taking the Ram racing car across the line to give Ram their first major 24-hour victory, showing that car with Paul White, Thomas Jaeger and Adam Christodoulou, bringing Thomas Jaeger on board to help their cause. Of course, he's the man who developed the SLS, knows it better than anyone at all. And Thomas, probably one of his last drives in this car, because they've already moved on to the new model, the new AMG built model, which Bernd Schneider put on pole position at the VLN race at the Nordschleife last week. Had some gearbox problems, but very much a teething thing, as the French military are doing another fly past for us. They're very busy this afternoon, aren't they?
Very busy. I hope there's not a war going on that we don't know about.
Yeah, well, maybe they're flying to Greece. Drop some euros for them.
Look at that. That's I need to be getting on that to get back to Liverpool. I've got work early in the morning at Luton actually tomorrow, so I might.
So why are you going back to Liverpool when you're going to Luton? You could have flown to Luton first thing in the morning.
No, I can't find work that far forward.
EasyJet do go to Luton. You could change your ticket.
I'm thinking I have to speak to Creventic. They're paying for it for me.
Yeah. Anyway. And probably got some clean underwear in Liverpool, haven't you?
I don't know. I live on my own, so the washing doesn't get done too much, Mark.
Yeah, well, you've got your rib to sort out as well. So just waiting to see if Lucas can catch anyone else. And then, of course, we'll move up to the main podium, where Ron will be waiting to interview and introduce the various class winners. Just waiting for Creventic to confirm the results. There is, of course, an appeal period, but I'm sure they're not going to stick to that. Yeah, so Ron is just whispering in our ear, thinks the podium's coming up.
And I can hear Natasha from Creventic in the background saying, I hope it's shown that we have the podium.
Yeah, she's just confirming that they're waiting for the official results, and then they can get on with it.
Gotta love Creventic. They've been ever so good to us, and Natasha in particular, she's been a diamond, looked after me with my broken rib, Mark. Did I tell you I've got a broken rib?
Natasha and Daphne as well, responsible for all the
And apparently we've got Bleekemolen with you. Is that right,
good.
Lucas?
Yes, absolutely. We already had 1 and 2. So Jeroen Bleekemolen, of course, is missing, who brought the Mercedes back into the finish in 3rd place. Jeroen, what was the hardest part of this 24-hour race here at Le Castellet?
Well, in our case, the first corner. Obviously, we had a collision, which is really bad. I mean, I'm sorry for the other guys too. They were really quick, and they came back to 4th in the end. And probably we beat them because I hit them, which is of course not good. But yeah, I mean, they had a great race. But anyway, we had a really good race too. When it happened, I thought we would never be able to come back to the podium. But to be back here, and yeah, it was just great. Everything ran smoothly. The guys did a great job on the team, the drivers. Everything ran faultless after the first corner.
You drove the car back into the finish. You are definitely one of the most experienced GT drivers in the field. Nevertheless, is it something special for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's always special to finish a 24-hour race. And obviously, as a racer, you want to be high up there. So to be on the podium is great. I think, realistically, we didn't have the pace of the first two. So anyway, it was the maximum result today. And we can be happy with it.
Thanks, Jeroen. Enjoy the party and see you later. Back to you guys.
Those are obviously special South of France caps, aren't they? Massive peaks. I mean, just keep the sun out of your eyes. But good point by Jeroen there. I mean, remember, they came back from 56th place, having had to do some repairs in the pits, and finished 3rd. I mean, that is mighty impressive.
It is mighty impressive, but what also is impressive is how much of a professional he is. And the first thing he said was, I'm sorry to the guys that are hit, not just Peter Cox, but also everybody else concerned with the Praha Scuderia Ferrari 458 team. So fair play to Jeroen, and he is very much a professional and at the top of his game as well. So well done for getting on the podium.
Yeah, and we have heard that he and Peter Cox have since shaken hands on it, so there's no ill feeling there. Maybe a little bit of what if, but certainly no ill feeling. And these are professional race drivers at the top of their game, and he and Peter have known each other long enough. So podium is about to start. Ron is there, wearing the worst sunglasses I've ever seen.
Ron loves a set of sunglasses, doesn't he? This is definitely worth sticking about for you Motors TV viewers, because you're going to see some horrendous sunglasses, but also some fantastic 24-hour series endurance drivers as well. So we'll bring that to you as soon as we get them. And we can hear in the background the announcements are being made now, so bear with us as the marshals clean the track. And this circuit, Paul Ricard, will be used very soon, I'm sure, as the motorcycle race coming up, the 24-hour motorcycle race coming up as well. So let's listen out.
The Bol d'Or, that's in September, so that's something to come back for if you like 2 wheels as much as you like 4 wheels, and that will be seen live, hopefully, on Motors. Well, there is Ron, you can hear in the background. Hopefully that'll be patched through to you Motors viewers. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. 6 hours in all over the last 24 hours.
With the overall podium of the Hankook 24 Hours Paul Ricard 2015. In 3rd place, it's the HP Racing Mercedes.
Hey, and there we go, here's the pictures.
Yep. It's our overall 3rd place finishers.
They are big peaks then, aren't they?
Yeah.
All bypassing the grid girl there, not even giving her a kiss. They're not gentlemen. I'd have been straight in there for one on the cheek.
Harry Procik, Jeroen Bleekemolen, Reinhold Renger, Carsten Tilke and Reinhard Koffler. Carsten Tilke, remember, son of the man who redesigned this circuit. Come in 2nd place, guys. This is the Herbert Motorsport guys from Germany. Daniel Allemann, Herbert Handlos, Lucas Schreier, Alfred Renard and Nicolas Armindo, the French driver who helped that German team to such success here this weekend. 2nd place. And then our winners. How good is that? Ram Racing, and Ram, as we've heard, they've got all their resources spread over 2 circuits this weekend. They're at Spa for British GT this weekend. Have you actually seen Dan here, or is he at Spa?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen him.
No, I think he must have been at Spa then. I did look for him a couple of times, but no one said to him he's not here. Said to me he's not here, but maybe he's overseeing the Spa effort.
What a great podium, eh?
Yeah.
Great podium.
And Thomas Jaeger, what a good job he did. And
Jaeger bomb there with our fellow Brits.
Yeah.
Thomas Jaeger, real backbone of that. And the national anthem.
we're going to hear the same anthem in Austria this afternoon or in Spa.
You never know. We're on a bit of a roll at the minute. There's Ron down there doing a great job for the podium ceremony. If you can understand him, which we've been trying to do the last couple of days. Toby Moody, one of my good friends, Eurosport commentator, asking if I'm at your gaff, Coley, or I'm actually in Paul Ricard, which I am, and Mr. Hankook giving out the handshakes. Thomas Jaegerbom getting in on the act.
Tom Moody, man, yeah, we actually go to races for a living now. So good to hear from you, Toby. Thanks for that. Yeah, we are enjoying the sun in the south of France. And it's the dash for cash to get back home tonight. Some of us to Heathrow, some to Liverpool, others all over Europe. So it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Yeah. Of course, being a hot weekend in the south of France, as it always is, traffic is going to be horrendous.
It will be, probably like it was in the night for some of these guys. Daphne there from Creventic, handing the trophies to Mr. Hankook. So he's had a long night of it as well, but the grid girls looking super hot.
Yeah, these are the BRM trophies provided by the chronology maker.
I'd love to have a BRM watch. Look at that, there you go. That's what success looks like, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic end to a 24-hour series
well
race.
Done, guys.
And everyone getting involved.
Family and friends down there, as well as the teams. Remember, most of these guys haven't had a proper sleep for 30 hours now, maybe snatch here or there. I think our award for the least sleep has to go, doesn't it, to Tanya and Ricard Nielsen, driving for the Sorg Rennsport Renault Clio. Two of them, husband and wife, doing the whole race two-handed.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. If I'd have known, I'd have brought some awards with me. They've been absolutely stunning, these competitors, showing full commitment, showing guile, and showing off, like that man there. Absolutely cracking.
Well, I'm going to leave you now, and motors will be coming off there in 5 minutes. So thanks for being everyone this afternoon. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Paul O'Neill for the next few minutes, as hopefully we get some of the more class podiums. But remember, keep watching motors today. Plenty of action. IMSA live from Mosport, followed by the ELMS as live, delayed from Spielberg from the Red Bull Ring. So I'll see you very soon.
Yes, and many thanks to Mark Cole, whose legendary commentary has kept us going for the 24-hour race, as these guys now get the champagne out, spray those grid girls. I haven't done that for a few years. I'll have to get back out in this 24-hour series. It does look good fun. January seems like a long time ago since I was last competing in Dubai, but great teams, all the teams celebrating, a lot of photographers here, Ginetta flags as well. So Ginetta having a great weekend here in the G50 and the G55, the Nova Racing team having a 1-2 in the SP3 class. Absolutely grand stuff. many happy faces. Lots of wet grid girls. Everyone's a winner, even the grid girls. Cheers, guys. Absolutely grand pictures here at Le Castellet, Paul Ricard circuit. Lots of congratulations in a Dutch accent there, probably Daphne from Creventic or Natasha, one of the girls who's full-time at Creventic and putting this fantastic 24-hour series show to you viewers at Motors TV. Some great racing for us, BRM, Chronographic involved, the watchmakers, and also Hankook Tyres, who are the sole tyre supplier and do a great job. I didn't see one tyre failure or any kind of discrepancy with the tyre, so Hankook doing a great job, and some fantastic stuff on show for us today. As the applause ring round Circuit Paul Ricard, 5-3 local time. More podium celebrations as the lower classes now get handed out. Now the French team absolutely on it there. So lots of respect between the competitors. And lots of champagne to be sprayed. Lots of classes to get through. And it really has been a fantastic effort from all these guys. And that about sums it up there. From the French guys again, Mr. Hankook handing out the 1, 2 and the 3rd places in the 997 class. We're coming to the end now of our coverage on Motors TV for 24 hours with Hankook Performance Tyres and BRM Chronographic. It's been fantastic to have you listening in and watching our coverage with myself, Mark Cole, Lucas and Ron. But from Le Castellet, it's goodbye from me, Paul O'Neill. Thank you.
Third place, I think 4 as well as team.
You also only 4? Only 4. Yes. Only 4. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Oops.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Go! Okay, that was one question. Also something really high. Yeah. Okay, and another round for the Hankook cars 1, 2, and 3. And well, go ahead, guys. Do what you need to do. You know what I mean? Notch, notch, wink, wink. Say hello. Well, thanks for that display. And obviously the French teams have more experience in spraying bubbly. They did pretty well. Okay. Great show, guys. Thanks a lot. We go on.